Today I will be trying the Lil Nitro Gummy Bear as recommended by one of you guys. It's kind of cute. This bitch got a kick to it. Oh, god damn. I got some ice cream because the milk didn't help last time. I can already feel my asshole burning. Not again. Why the hell do I keep doing this spicy stuff?
Oh my god. Oh, I think I'm gonna shit myself. Oh shit.
That must have been a fish.
Oh god.
I think something just crawled out of my ass. What was in the gummy bear? Well, that was embarrassing. Maybe I'll try something not spicy next time. Good night.
And back in the woods, I used to worry about hunters and blurry cameras. Now it's them damn lot lizards and truck stop burritos taking all my money.
Pulled into a Flying J the other night, just wanted a shower and a Slim Jim. Next thing I know, I'm down 40 bucks, smelling like lavender body wash.
And holding on a gas station hot dog that's older than I am. Trucking life, man. Nobody warned me about this part. And back in the woods, I used to work.
Good evening, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? Happy Monday night. I apologize to everyone who was expecting a show Sunday night. I was expecting a show Sunday night, but unfortunately, my electric company had other plans because there was a mild storm in my area, and I lost power for most of the day, and I was unable to get ready for a show. So there was no show Sunday. I apologize. But the act of God and all that business. So anyway, we got a big show, big show planned for tonight. I got, lordy, like 27 topics lined up. And with the 85 tabs if we get there. There is a goal, as per usual. If we get to a 20 of any size, super chats of any size, any color, any shape, size, or color, we will go longer than 2 hours. We will continue for 4 or 5 hours until we hit all the stories of the day. So let me pull this down and We're going to go right to it. We're going to get right to it. We're going to get right to it. Get right to it. Get right to it. So I want to thank everybody who's here tonight. I want to say hello. What's up, Darth Kitty? What's up, Ank? What's up, Jules? How you doing, Miss W. Daisy Williams, girl? Life is different. Life is different. How you doing? Steve Hilliard, how you doing? Frames and Rhythm, how you doing, Derek? Did I miss anybody here? Barbie World, hello. I think that's everybody. So I hope everyone's having a good night, and we'll just gonna get Tika, how you doing? Kevin Pastrano, how you doing, man? Pastaro, how you doing? Tika, good to see you. We're gonna jump right into the stories. So Trump tells South Korea help contain China or no shipbuilding deal. America's shipyards have been gutted. China's are 230 times larger. Trump is rebuilding our Navy and our shipbuilding. He's not doing it alone, but he's not giving it away for free. Here's how. On July 11th, a top South Korean official revealed that Trump's team made support for anti-China strategy a condition for U.S.-Korea shipbuilding cooperation. In short, if Seoul wants tariff relief and defense contracts, it must help confront Beijing. Trump just made a way to cut China out, not just from the U.S., but from Asian economy too. We did this one the other day, this story. Trump's message, real partners, no free rides, no more allies cozying up to China while cashing U.S. checks. South Korea has the world's best shipbuilding tech, and Trump wants to leverage that to rebuild the U.S. naval power fast and cheap. What's the urgency? China now controls 50% of global shipbuilding. Their naval capacity is 230 times America's. Their fleet isn't great, but it's the largest in the world. Time is short. Trump's plan, real partnerships. Only those who work with us get our business. Incentivize. Defense Industrial Alliance. Outsource. Navy overhaul and repair to trusted allies. In short, U.S. power, rebuild U.S. power without wasting time or money. Everybody wins except for the CCP. America once led the world in shipbuilding. After World War II, we built nearly every naval and commercial vessel on Earth. But federal regulations skyrocketed while federal subsidies were gutted. Shipbuilders couldn't stay afloat. Capacity moved to Asia, China, and other countries. Now Trump is racing to undo 50 years of decline. He is restoring an arsenal of democracy, not by bloated bureaucracy, but through hard-nosed deal-making. South Korea gets access if it stands against the CCP. Big bucks and influence for our ally if they really are one. Compare this to Biden's approach. Biden was weak. He subsidized both allies and adversaries. He let Korea and China play both sides. Trump is forcing a choice. You're with us or you're not. We're not playing any more double games. The fight for maritime dominance is on. Trump is bringing U.S. allies into the containment strategy and using trade as both the carrot and the stick. China's 230 times advantage won't last if America gets serious. President Donald J. Trump restores America's maritime dominance. Revitalizing U.S. maritime power. Today, Donald Trump signed a historic executive order to restore maritime dominance. The order directs the creation of the Maritime Action Plan, a map to revitalize U.S. maritime industries. The map. I don't like to use map. The map will provide a strategy with specific actions to restore and create just sustained resilience for American maritime industry. Up until now, the government procurement process and overregulation have hindered private industry's ability to build vessels on time and on budget. This order reverses that trend and instructs the Secretary of Defense to assess options, including the Defense Production Act Title III authorities to invest and expand in maritime industrial base, such as action that will better help utilize and leverage existing authorities to spur public and private investment in the maritime industrial base. The order directs the United States trade representatives to make recommendations regarding China's anti-competitive actions within shipbuilding industry. It also directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to enforce collection of harbor maintenance fees and other charges on foreign cargo entering the United States to prevent circumvention via Canada or Mexico. I don't. I'll rant when I get to the story that makes me want to rant. I mean, our Navy is okay. I'll rant about the Navy. Our Navy is completely dwindled into just about nothing. It's a shell of its former self. The dream of I mean, they talked about having a 300 ship Navy under Reagan. Wanted to get back to a 300, fleet vessels to actually have 300 combat ships. We're nowhere near that. We don't even have 300 total ships, including all the oilers and tenders and stuff. We got nothing. We spend all our money on these huge, super expensive things like big money aircraft carriers and big money submarines, and then we do, and then even our frigates and our destroyers and stuff are super expensive. The Aegis destroyer. I mean, I don't know. We need more ships, more ships. U.S. government will work with our allies and partners to align trade policies to disrupt China's non-market practices in international supply chain and logistical sectors. It says expands mariner training and education through investment in U.S. Marine Academy. The map will provide. I don't like that they keep using map. The order directs the Secretary of Defense to conduct a review of issue guidance on funding. Resurrect the American maritime industry. Well, that's good. We need to get back to building ships. Baltimore used to be a big shipbuilding city. So was Louisiana, down in Louisiana. So was in Groton, Connecticut. We need to get back, Newport News. We need to get those shipbuilding sites back up and running. 0.2% of the world's ships are built by the United States compared to 74% built by China. Wow. 0% of containers used to move commodities around the world built by the United States, 96% built by China. 0% of ships for cranes in the United States are built domestically. Wow. Compared to 80% built in China. Wow. Oh, you were telling me there's a rant in Rumble? Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me look. There is. Okay, life isn't different. Okay, I'm sorry. There is a rant. Tell me you've got money. All right, no, okay. I thought you were asking me to rant, to say a rant. Life isn't different. We'll start off rigging the game towards 20 now. Get your super chats ready, people. Life is different for $2. Rumble rant. Thank you very much. Life is different. As usual, I boomered that completely out of the park. So we'll see. We'll see if Joe boomers it tonight. Whether or not he can. Whether or not if he remembers to raid my show. So we'll see if he can remember that. Yeah, working in shipyards. Shipyards is a great job. There's a lot of good work, good union work in shipyards. Well, you know what? Every little bit helps, Jules. Every little bit helps. And I really appreciate it. Every share helps. Every comment helps. Every like helps. It all helps. It all helps. It all helps. Trumpinator just posted in Joe's chat to make sure you raid Jim's stream. We'll see if Joe remembers. We'll get back to this. So to demonstrate the seriousness by which the president views this issue, he also established a new Office of Maritime Industrial Capacity in the National Security Council in the United States. Well, I really hope they do this. We really need to get back to building things in the United States. Building ships, building planes, building cars, building machinery, machines. We need to build machines in the United States again. We need to start getting machinery built here. We provide way too many machines from Europe, from Germany, from Japan, from Asia, from Korea. We need to build stuff here. We need to start building electrical equipment here. We need to start building transformers here, distribution panels. So hopefully they get that done. Because if something bad happens, we just are not going to be able to. All right. So we're going to jump now to another story. This is story number 2. FAFO California style. Yeah, definitely transformers need to be built in the U.S. Definitely. Oh, I forgot to go live. I forgot to go live on Instagram. Oh, you know. Oh, well, forgot to go live. Oops. Wait. Sorry, I forgot to go live on Instagram, and then I get my Facebook going. Oh, man, damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I screwed this all up again. All right, my bad, guys. Oh, thank you, Jules, for the love the show, Jim. You rock. Thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. I screwed up. I forgot to hit the go live on Instagram, so the people on Instagram missed the first 15 minutes of the show. But what are you gonna do? Can't help it. But anyway, here we go. So FAFO California style. California State University professor arrested after attacking federal agents during rescue mission where at least 10 children were being held as slaves by human traffickers. Whoa, that's nuts, right? Yeah, I know, right? One night off, come back a boomer. It's crazy, right? I totally forgot. I totally screwed that up. Mm-hmm. Professor Caravello was protecting the traffickers when he was arrested. The California Faculty Association falsely claimed he was kidnapped during the federal rescue mission. This California State University professor arrested for attacking DHS agents. Professor Jonathan Caravello was arrested for throwing a tear gas canister at law enforcement. He is charged with violation of 18 U.S.C. 111 and will have a court appearance tomorrow. The California Faculty Association falsely claimed the professor was kidnapped by federal agents. Let's see. We got a video here that we can watch. We always like the videos.
Cal State Channel Islands professor and community member Jonathan Caravello has been kidnapped by ICE and is still missing. Jonathan is a beloved professor, community member, and family member who has always used his voice to speak up for those around him. The night before Jonathan was kidnapped, he was speaking at City Council to defend his students against the most recent ICE raids in our community.
Many of my students are undocumented and many of their families are undocumented. It's my responsibility to protect them, and so I've been patrolling the city streets, following armed, masked thugs trying to kidnap my neighbors.
Arriving at this peaceful protest next to his university, we saw ICE run over protesters with their vehicles and relentlessly tear gas the peaceful protesters, targeting the most vulnerable,
totally
including our elderly, as well as people with disabilities.
Yeah.
Other CSUCI faculty, students, and staff were also at this peaceful protest, but Jonathan was targeted multiple times by ICE agents for helping other protesters.
He was targeted, yeah.
He was then attacked by over 4 ICE agents, unidentified, and dragged away into an unmarked vehicle. Another protester was kidnapped by ICE agents in the exact same way. Dozens of ambulances were coming in and out of the raid for the workers being impacted by ICE's even more intense violence on the inside. And as we continue to look for our loved ones and all those who were impacted by these glass house raids, please use these resources and please help us continue searching for Jonathan Caravello.
Well, they don't have to search long because they know where he is. Because Professor Jonathan Caravello was not kidnapped by federal agents. He was arrested for throwing a tear gas canister at law enforcement. He is charged with a violation of 18 U.S.C. 111 and will have a court appearance tomorrow. And then here's KTLA's reporting. It says, this is a California State University Channel Islands is calling for the immediate release of one of their professors who was detained during a protest on Thursday. Well, I don't know, but if you guys going to tell me you look at this face and that this doesn't look like a crazy person, that person doesn't look like they should be chasing them with the butterfly nets, like, come here, they're coming to take me away, haha, they're coming to take me away. You know, I don't know. I don't know, just that doesn't, to me, if that's the guy's picture for his ID for the school should have immediately been thinking, maybe this guy wrote a thesis called Death Sentences and is in we should be on the lookout for him. I don't know. I'm just saying. Trying to think of the guy's name, that touchdown unbreaded guy. It's kind of another one of these, but that's just what we got in universities now, a bunch of touchdown unbreaded guys. Mm-hmm. Since the pending note isn't up yet, here it is. Professor Jonathan Caravello was not kidnapped by federal agents. This is from Phil Holloway, who's very good, Phil Holloway. was not kidnapped by federal agents. He was arrested for throwing tear gas canister at law enforcement. The propaganda war is real. KTLA showed up at the press conference I spoke at. We were advocating to get masks off for 2-year-olds in light of the impending Super Bowl. The KTLA reporter was wearing an N95 outside and lost her mind that someone dared challenge them. We get the U.S. Attorney. Oh, and we got our first super chat for the goal coming in for $1.99 from Jules. Thank you so much, Jules. So greatly appreciated. Did Joe's raid come through? Oh yeah, Joe's raid came, incoming raid. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rated from Joe. If you guys are all here, if you're new, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. We're just going over some news stories. There is a goal this evening. If we get 20 super chats of any denomination, there will be an extended show that will be at least 4 hours. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, President Jonathan Caravello was not kidnapped by federal agents. He was arrested. The arrest of Jonathan Caravello was a lawful response to violence interference with the federal agents executing criminal warrants during a critical child rescue operations. That's right. This was the marijuana farm where they had 8 underage kids working in the marijuana farm. It's insanity. Yeah, please hit the like if you're new coming in. Hit the like. Please subscribe if you haven't already. So, and charged under 18 U.S.C. 111 for assaulting officers is action endangered personnel rescuing 10 migrant children from potential trafficking at Caramello's Glass House Farms, a site linked to. So, did he own the farms? I don't understand. Did he own the farms? I don't know. A site linked to harboring undocumented workers and child labor violations. This California Faculty Association's kidnapping narrative dangerously distorts reality. Throwing tear gas at agents during enforcement isn't activism; it's criminal obstruction. Federal operations like these expose the systemic state-level failures to combat exploitive, while radical academics prioritize shielding lawbreakers over protecting victims. DHS's mission here aligns with historical precedent, prioritizing child welfare over performative dissident. Every resource diverted to manage such reckless protests represent taxpayer dollars wasted on chaos instead of justice. The facts behind these operations are a real thing. Hey, Trumpinator coming in with $1.99. Thank you so much, Trumpinator. So that's 2 down, 1 to go. I mean, not 1, I'm sorry. 2 down, 18 to go for the super chats for the goal. And then here, we're briefly going to show the KTLA story on this because
calling for the immediate. To developing news now, California State University Channel Islands is calling for the immediate release of one of its professors who was detained Thursday during a protest. Professor Jonathan Caravello is accused of throwing a tear gas canister at police during a protest of the immigration raid at Glass House Farms in Ventura County.
Carlos Soceto is live from the downtown Federal Building tonight where that professor is being held. Carlos.
Korean, good evening. The professor is being held behind me in isolation. This, according to his attorney. As you mentioned, he was arrested last week protesting a raid that was occurring at a farm in Camarillo. But U.S. officials are now accusing that professor of throwing a tear gas canister at law enforcement.
Many of my students are undocumented and many of their families are undocumented. It's my responsibility to protect them, and so I've been patrolling the city streets, following armed, masked thugs trying to kidnap my neighbors.
Raid at Glass House. When the situation escalated, they're demanding his immediate release.
So this was the raid that they did at the weed farm where they found all the kids working underage, and they did, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they did. I have it somewhere. They did a. Where is it? Let me look. I have it somewhere. Here it is. This is what they. There it is. So, DHS reports the number of illegal aliens arrested at the cannabis farm. Here it is. Oh, go back. DHS reports the number of illegal aliens arrested in the California cannabis farm raids on Thursday is now up to 361. including previously deported Mexican alien convicted of kidnapping, attempted rape, and attempted child molestation. Mexican alien convicted of rape and DUI, Salvadoran alien convicted of DUI hit and run with property damage, Mexican alien convicted of 3 times for burglary and a DUI. DHS says 500 plus rioters attempted to interrupt the operation, and 4 U.S. citizens have been arrested for assaulting and resisting agents. 14 migrant juveniles were found in the cannabis farms, including 9 unaccompanied minors. Look at these guys. They don't look. Let's see. This guy, and then this guy, and this guy. That says, at the California marijuana facilities, ICE and CBP law enforcement rescued at least 14 migrant children from what looks like exploitation, forced child labor, and potentially human trafficking or smuggling while facing assaults and even gunfire. Our brave agents also arrested at least 361 illegal aliens, including criminal with convictions for rape, serial burglary, hit and run, DUIs. Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, as Secretary Nolan stated, this is quickly becoming one of the largest operations since President Trump took office. During the operation, more than 500 rioters attempted to disrupt the operation. 4 U.S. citizens are being criminally processed for assaulting resisting officers. The rioters damaged vehicles, and 1 violent agitator fired a gun at law enforcement officers. Federal Bureau of Investigation is now offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the violent rioter. Investigation into immigration and potential child labor violations is ongoing. Information will be released as it becomes available. Wow, that's crazy, right? Ooh. 2 questions. Were any of the illegal sponsors of children? Who were the sponsors of the unaccompanied children? HHS has the data. It's a mystery why no one's able to get the answers. Yeah, so Gavin Newsom, look at, he's so happy he's got these people working the fields. Mm-hmm. This is what the news refuses to show from the raid on the marijuana farm in Camarillo, California, where 10 children were being used for slave labor. A Trump supporter was attacked by illegal aliens as he walked to his vehicle. This is awful. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. These videos are going viral on social media in support of illegal aliens. I stand with ICE. Let's see what's going on here.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, wait, we can't do that with the...
Yeah, nigga.
We can't play the music because that's not cool.
The Islamic.
Okay, so they're just attacking the guy as he's trying to go back to, I mean, how did all these people, question is, how did all these people get there so fast? How did they get there so fast to this raid? Border Patrol is being taunted by people.
Y'all really doing this shit to fucking, you guys are out here terrorizing fucking the American people? Fucking bullshit you guys are fucking doing. Y'all are fucking terrible. Fought for this here fucking holding.
Yeah, so they're doing this stuff and people helping illegals escape. Look at them.
You won't catch him, Tubby. You won't catch him, Tubby.
Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
Somebody give him a ride. Somebody pick him up. Those fools fell down. Yeah. No sé si se fue muy cerca o qué, pero de estos güeyes no están tan atléticos.
So this is what's going on. Okay, up there and with the raids, open border extremists throwing large rocks at federal vehicles. See, so it's happening again. This is. I don't like they put the music over it so that you can't. Then you can't. So yeah. But Trump said he got they're blocking ICE from leaving the farm. They're trying to keep them from getting out of there. It's just crazy stuff they're doing, you know. It's just crazy stuff they're doing. So that's what's going on, and that's the games they're playing, and the lies about these people that are getting arrested, and then they're trying to cover it up. So let's jump to the next story, shall we? Something a little better. Breaking. Trump just launched America's next moonshot. He thought it was just U.S., Ukraine, and Greenland sources, but now he's taking on China in a $20 trillion race to mine the sea floor. And if we win, we'll break the CCP's grip on the entire green technology supply chain. Wow, there's so much stuff on the bottom of the seafloor. China controls 70% of cobalt, 85% of rare earth processing, 90% of EV battery supply chains. Now they've secured 5 contracts to mine the Pacific seafloor through a UN agency they bankroll. Trump's not waiting. He just signed an executive order unleashing America's deep sea mining and ordering Commerce, Defense, and Interior and State to coordinate the effort. Why? Because the ocean floor may hold the world's largest untapped supply of critical minerals. What's down there? Polymetallic nodules with cobalt, nickel, copper, and manganese. Sulfide vents with silver, zinc, and gold. Crusts rich in rare earths. All sitting 3 to 6 kilometers deep in U.S.-friendly zones if we move fast enough to claim them. This isn't sci-fi. U.S. firms like Impossible Metals and the Metals Company have already raised billions. One of their claims is 15.5 million tons of nickel, 12.8 million tons of copper, 2 million tons of cobalt, 345 million tons of manganese, all from one area of the seafloor. Democrats claim it's too expensive because they want to stop it, but guess what? China dominates in rare earth elements. They control 97% of the global supply, and we need REEs for everything from F-35s to iPhones to Tesla batteries. Trump's not satisfied with just one source of supply. We have that now with China. Greenland is great. Zaire is 2. Ukraine has a bunch. America has lots, but needs refining. But why stop there? And why be dependent on one source? Meanwhile, China's playing for keeps. It's pushing for dominance in the Clarion-Clipperton zone, embedding surveillance tech on mining rigs, cutting deals with mineral-poor countries to lock us out. They're not just mining, they're militarizing. See? Trump gets it. This is our new great game. The next Cold War will be fought in supply chains, tech chips, and who controls space and the ocean floor. The future of energy, defense, and innovation depends on who will win this race. I saw somewhere something where they were showing something that looked like a giant dome that was going across the ocean floor mining. I wonder if that's China. I wonder if that's China doing that. And we're going to jump back to some ICE-related news. We got breaking. ICE alleges that Democrat Rep Salud Kabayaya shared a business card of an ICE agent with a violent mob to dox the agent, and that agent was later targeted and injured by the mob rioting at the ICE raid on the California weed farm. Arrest and charge him. Representative Salud Karabayjal was part of a violent mob of protesters attempting to obstruct federal law enforcement as they executed a criminal search warrant at a marijuana facility. He cites peaceful protesters when in fact these rioters were launching rocks at officers, injuring at least one ICE employee who was left bloody. According to agents on the ground, the congressman doxed the same agent employee by sharing his business card with members of the violent mob. This is precisely the rhetoric that has led to orchestrated attempts to murder officers and a 700% increase in officer assaults. Maybe the congressman's constituency always remember he chooses violence over the rule of law. This is him. This is the guy right here. Arrest him and make an example. It has to be stopped. Let's be clear. Congressman Caraballo's alleged actions during the ICE raid are not oversight. It's not. This is not oversight. The behavior of a lot of these people, the Democrats and stuff, is not oversight. Going and attacking people, hitting people. That one, whatever her name was, McIver or something, that went and attacked the ICE agents and was hellboying him and pushing him. She needs to go to jail. So, yeah, his actions are reckless endangerment. Sharing an ICE agent's business card with a violent mob isn't protest, it's doxing. Full stop. do not pass go. Federal agents were executing lawful warrants to rescue exploited children and arrest criminal aliens. Yet politicians like Carbajal choose political grandstanding over public safety. ICE reports a 700% surge in assaults on officers fueled by this exact brand of inflammatory rhetoric. When elected officials weaponize mobs against law enforcement, they aren't defending constituents, they're inciting chaos. Right, the rule of law isn't negotiable. Arrests must follow for anyone endangering federal law personnel, especially those sworn to uphold the Constitution. No more excuses. Protect the protectors. The facts behind the surge of political violence and political interference demand scrutiny. Damn, Skippy. Skippy, dibby. Okay, on to the next story. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and the DoD withdraw all Pentagon speakers from the Aspen Security Forum 1 day before the event. That's right. No more playing games. No more playing footsies with the leftists, with the leftoids. What a move. Senior Department of Defense officials will no longer be participating at the Aspen Security Forum because their values do not align with the values of the DoD, Sean Parnell said. Pentagon withdrawal from the Aspen Security Forum exposes a critical truth. Globalist pageantry often prioritizes elite diplomacy over hard-nosed national security. Defense Department leaders made the right call rejecting an event stacked with Biden-era architects of chaos like Jake Sullivan, the same official who oversaw the Afghanistan withdrawal disaster and dismissed Iran's threats weeks before Hamas attacked Israel. Oh, Steve Hiller. CFC is the Council of Future Conflict. It's a morning show. It's on every morning at like 9 Eastern time. It covers it's a bunch of ex-military guys talking about conflicts around the world and stuff. It's a good show. You should check it out. It's called Future Conflict. It's the channel name, Future Conflict. And it's Council on Future Conflict. But the channel name is Future Conflict on YouTube. This isn't isolationism, it's strategic discipline. When forums become an echo chamber for failed policies and anti-American sentiment, participation legitimizes its function. Real security conversations happen where decisions are made, not in mountain retreats catering to DC insiders. Yeah, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like 9:15 East Central Time. Let's audit every dime spent on these taxpayer-funded gabfests. It doesn't sharpen America's military edge or expose waste. Scrap it. Pete says, correct. Pentagon pulls all military speakers from globalist Aspen Security Forum. Pentagon pulls all military speakers from globalist Aspen Security Forum. Understandable. Look at the people that are there. You got Susan Rice. You got Pompeo. Yeah. You got this guy from Delaware. I can't think of his name. Chris Coons. Yeah, so we'll read the story. We'll read the story. We'll get into it. We'll read the story. Pentagon pulls all military speakers from globalist Aspen Security Forum. The Pentagon has pulled roughly a dozen high-ranking U.S. military officials who have been slated to participate in this week's annual Aspen Security Forum. Just the News has learned. The Defense Department cited the left-wing nature of Aspen Institute and the participation of critics of President Trump as Biden administration National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. One second. The annual forum put on by the Aspen Institute, which has been dubbed the Mountain Retreat for the Liberal Elite. The Mountain Retreat for the Liberal Elite. That rhymes. Hey, Choosy's back, everyone. Welcome, Choosy's back. Welcome, Choosy. Welcome back, Choosy. The mountain retreat for liberal elite as the premier national security and foreign policy conference in the United States. Roughly a dozen top U.S. Defense Department officials, including the Secretary of Navy and the commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, are still listed as speakers on the Aspen Security Forum agenda this week, but a source told Just the News over the weekend that they will no longer happen. Wow, that's cool. Good night, Jules. Thanks for stopping by. The Department of Defense has no interest in legitimizing an organization that has invited former officials who have been the architects of chaos abroad and failure at home. Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson told Just the News. They are antithetical to America First values of this administration. Senior representatives of the Defense Department will no longer be participating in an event that promotes the evil of globalism, disdain for our great country, and hatred for the President of the United States. A spokesman for Senator John Cornyn told Just the News on Monday afternoon the senator who had been slated to speak at the forum will also no longer be attending. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Saturday at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit this weekend that the agency under the Democrat President Barack Obama and President Joe Biden distracted by experiments in left-wing ideology, and that from day one we have declared that diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are dead at the DoD, calling it back to basics moment. The Institute receives funding from left-leaning donors. Stax's commissions with anti-Trump activists has been linked to a series of events which Republicans say contribute to the censorship of Hunter Biden's laptop stories in October 2020. The Capital Research Center, a right-leaning think tank, stated in that 2022, the group spent $95 million on public policy programs addressing issues including economic distress, educational opportunity, environmentalism, and left-wing concept of racial justice, according to the center's Influence Watch project. The annual security forum is organized by Aspen Strategy Group, which is part of the larger institute. The group is co-chaired by former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and the Republican Bush administration. The Biden's former ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The forum's agenda shows a capstone event at the end of the week will feature a panel discussion among Rice, Sullivan, and former Defense Secretary Robert Gates. Sullivan claimed in late September 2023 the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades, and he specifically pointed to Yemen and Iran. The October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas and Israel happened just over a week later, resulting in an ongoing war between both sides. Sullivan was also Hillary Clinton's foreign policy advisor during the 2016 presidential campaign, including where he pushed the Trump-Russia collusion hoax, including the debunked allegations about the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. On Halloween 2016, Clinton tweeted, "Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump Organization to a Russian-based bank." And she shared a lengthy Sullivan statement. "This could be the most direct link between Donald Trump and Moscow," Sullivan claimed. "Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump Organization to a Russian-based bank. The secret hotline may be the key to unlocking the mystery of Trump's ties to Russia. This line of communication may help explain Trump's bizarre adoration of Vladimir Putin." Sullivan added, "We can only assume that federal authorities will now explore this direct connection between Trump and Russia." Gates, when asked by CBS News if he believed Trump was running for office again would represent a threat to national security, said, "It would concern me." Senior Department of Defense officials will no longer be participating at the Aspen Security Forum because their values do not align with the values of the DoD. Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell said on Monday morning, "The department will remain strong in its focus to increase the lethality of our warfighters, revitalize the warrior ethos, and project peace through strength on the world stage." Well, we got some AutoPen stories coming. I think it's clear as the ASF is not in alignment with these goals. Aspen Security Forum released a statement on its website on Monday saying that for more than a decade, Aspen Security Forum has welcomed senior officials, Republican and Democrat, civilian and military, as well as senior foreign officials and experts who bring expertise, experience, and diverse perspectives on matters of national security. It said that they will miss the participation of the Pentagon, but our invitations remain open. So a number of high-ranking defense officers will no longer appear. Secretary of the Navy, Commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific, General Stephen Whiting, General Brian Felton, Admiral Sam Papero, General Randall Reed, Commander of U.S. Transport Command, and all these other people. Other key defense officials were slated to speak but will no longer appear. Lieutenant General Jeff Cruz. So yeah, a whole bunch of people. Forum's agenda shows Defense Department officials are scheduled to hold numerous discussions on stage, including ones moderated by journalists such as Courtney Cube and Gordon Liebold of NBC News, Caitlin Collins and Jim Scudo of CNN, Margaret Brennan of CBS, and Nick Schifrin of PBS NewsHour. Shank Joshi of The Economist. Shank. A number of other Trump administration officials outside of the Defense Department are also listed to speak at the forum. Adam Bowler in the State Department, Ambassador to Turkey. I wonder if Doug would be pulled too. Biden officials slated to get spotlight at the forum. Julianne Smith, close ally of Biden's Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. She was a permanent representative of NATO training. Senior advisor to Secretary Anthony Blinken. Austin has led the Pentagon through unprecedented modernization and maturation, preparing the department for global competition in Asia and addressing the rise and ubiquity of autonomous and AI-enabled weapon systems. Austin's Clarion Strategies biography reads, he also created a pathway to drive private capital to national security priorities. Austin's role with Clarion Strategies earned him a bipartisan rebuke earlier this month. Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Rick Scott wrote Austin letters political concerning the new strategies firm. Less than 6 months after leaving your role as Defense Secretary in the Biden administration, you've taken a trip through a revolving door and begun cashing in on your public service. Wally Andamo, Deputy Secretary of the Transportation Department under Biden, who had previously served at President Barack Obama's foundation, is also speaking at the forum. Other speakers include Trump critic Senator Chris Coons, there's a guy, Senator Mark Warner, fired Trump Defense Secretary and harsh critic Mark Esper, former Obama DHS Secretary J.A. Johnson, former State Department official Brett McGurk, who resigned from the Trump administration, then joined the Biden administration. Of course he did. Speakers such as former George W. Bush security advisor Stephen Hadley and General David Petraeus. Petraeus, I think, got railroaded over a border, if I'm not mistaken. Other journalists slated to speak is Peter Baker and David Sanger of the New York Times, David Ignatius, Washington Post, Susan Glazer, New Yorker, and Andrew Mitchell's NBC News. Aspen Institute affiliates warn of Praetorian State under Trump. Oh my God! It's going to be a fascist. The International Affiliate of Aspen Institute harshly criticized Trump in Texas. A lengthy article published by Aspenia Online entitled "Trump's United States: Between the Politicization of Armed Forces and the Crisis of Democracy." Reportedly attacked decisions made by Hegseth and repeatedly claimed that Trump and Hegseth led Pentagon with politicizing U.S. military, even suggesting that U.S. might become a Praetorian state in which the armed forces hold such a prominent role that they become the center of power. Oh my God, which is in the Aspinia Online. In a transition towards a Praetorian state, the loss of political legitimacy by those in power is central. This may lead to two scenarios. On one hand, the military intervenes to restore order, presenting itself as a defender of national unity, which results in a military coup. On the other hand, those in power increasingly rely on the armed forces to assert and maintain their authority, making the leader even more dependent on military power. And people who, in the name of would she say that that's what happened during the Civil War, that Lincoln was a Praetorian Guard with the military to keep the Union together? I mean, this could lead, yeah. It said it could be leading to a Praetorian state, at least worsening American democracy, especially if voices of dissent began to rise from within the military against the commander-in-chief. Institute's left-wing and anti-Trump bent. Security Forum labeled the mountain retreat for liberal elite in September 2020 article wrote with a piece stating the Aspen Institute has trained hundreds of world business and political leaders. Linda Kistler asked whether debating Plato over gourmet dinners also provides an antidote to populism. Oh, Trumpinator coming in with another $2 saying, please do your part to keep Jim up all night. That's right. I don't know if the people that are new here that haven't been here don't know the routine here. I normally do about a 2-hour show, but I have enough topics and stories to go 4 to 5 hours. If I get 20 super chats, any size, any shape, any color, super chats, I will do a within the goal of the under 2, before the 2 hours expires. I will go for 4 hours or 5 hours with all the stories I have for the last 24 hours, which are a lot of stories, lots of stories. So it's up to you if you like it. If you want to keep going, throw a couple super chats in. Katie Couric, the former celebrity TV anchor and co-chair of the Aspen Institute Commission on Information Disorder, has repeatedly called Trump a fascist. He's a fascist. She seems seemingly He seemingly compared the October 2020 Trump campaign rally at Madison Square Garden to last year to a Nazi event. Kirk also shared a YouTube post last year entitled "Why Donald Trump is Really a Fascist." Kirk has continued sharing the idea that Trump is a fascist repeatedly this year too. Aspen Institute President Dan Porterfield previously claimed that Trump fomented the deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol in 2021, and since deleted tweet he reported by the Free Beacon, Porterfield previously spent 4 years as communications director and chief speechwriter for the Clinton HHS Secretary Donna Shalala in the 1990s. The Aspen Institute Post blog in February 2022 claimed that Christian nationalism is particularly dangerous because it is tolerated. Yes, Daisy, I am a cheap date. I just 20 super chats of any size, any shape, any color, because I just want to know that people want me to continue. I don't need to get a bunch of money. I just need people to know that they want it to keep going. So at least 20 people or whatever, in theory, 20 people would throw some money and then want me to keep going. But the list of top recipients of political donations in 2024 from those associated with the Aspen Institute was then Vice President and Democrat presidential nominee Kamala Harris. Well, of course, Kamala Harris was a big winner from them donors. The top 10 top recipients were all Democrats. None were Republicans, of course. In the 2022 cycle, all 10 top recipients were again Democrats. Number one on the list was Joe Biden. Yeah, so this place only gives to Democrats. So, what do you figure? In 2016 was President Hillary Clinton and all Democrats. The Institute previously hosted left-wing radical activist Ibram X. Kendi for a 2019 interview entitled "What is Anti-Racism and Can It Save Society?" I don't know which ones are pink, but any size, any shape, any color are good. Yeah, for $2 you can make Jim holler. It's fine. Thank you, Trumpinator, for another 2. We're on our way. We're on our way, folks. We're on our way. Let me see. Joe has rated the stream. Yes, he has. Okay. Awesome. 4 down and actually 5 because we count the Rumble rant. But anyway, here we go. Back to the story. Oh, there's $1 for Mr. K. The Aspen Institute's Ideas Festival hosted the co-founder of the National Black Lives Matter organization, Alicia Garza, in 2020. The Institute also wrote about confronting systemic racism in America in August 2020. The Aspen Institute's website, racial equity webpage, now redirects to a justice webpage, which appears to have begun sometime between April and June, according to the Wayback Machine. Thank you, Mr. K, for the $1. Every dollar counts. Influence Watch said the Aspen Institute received $7 million from the Left of Center John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation between 1981 and 2023. According to a list of 2023 contributors, the Aspen Institute received donations of at least $1 million from 38 groups, including the Walmart Foundation, Google LLC, the Ford Foundation, and Gates Foundation, and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Oh man, Job for 9 comes in with just says, "I ain't playing around. I'm throwing 20 at it." Thank you, Job for 9. It's greatly appreciated. Oh, now we got $2 from Hyphenated. Support your local gym. Thank you. Mongoose says, starting late, Matthew Harris with the Unbreaded Dude. Yeah, I couldn't remember his name. Love all the Bigfoot AI. I love the Bigfoot AIs too, man. The Bigfoot AIs are great. I really like them. I think they're hysterical. And you know what? They don't claim them when you play them, so that's good too. You're welcome, Thumper Trumpinator. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for all your support. Mongoose Unhyphenated. Job for 9. Thank you very much. Very, very, very much. Greatly, greatly appreciated. We're getting close. The Institute's been awarded more than $85 million in federal funds, including both grants and contracts over the past decade, according to Open Secrets, with the group being promised $53.4 million from State Department and $18.53 million from USAID, $9.43 million from HHS, and $3 million from EPA since 2015. More than half of the federal money was awarded or sent to the Aspen Institute during Joe Biden's presidency. Well, go figure. With more money, more than $44 million being allocated from the past 4 years. According to Open Secrets, including $22.59 million from State Department, $9.84 million from USAID, $9.08 million from HHS, and $3 million from EPA. Commission on Information Disorder. Aspen Institute's Commission on Information Disorder was stacked with the anti-Trump leadership and seemed to take aim at conservatives. Well, go figure, you know. That's what left-wing groups do. They take aim at conservatives. I mean, that's what they do. The Aspen Institute announced in March 2021 the launch of its Commission on Information Disorder, which this is probably just some more information stuff where they try to tell people it's misinformation, disinformation. Amid rising challenges to truth, journalism, and democracy, the Aspen Institute will host an intensive 6-month commission bringing together experts and vital perspectives from government, media, civil society, and private sector to deliver recommendations for how the country can respond to this modern-day crisis of faith in key institutions, the Institute declared. Wow. Development and hosted by the Aspen Institute digital program. The Commission on Information Disorder will be co-chaired by 3 leading public figures, each with unique perspectives on society's urgent mis- and disinformation challenge. 3 co-chairs will be Chris Krebs, the Trump critic and former director of DHS. Yeah, Chris Krebs, the guy who said there was nothing to see here about the election. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Katie Couric and Rashad Robinson. 15 commissioners. The project range from the former Principal Deputy Intelligence Sue Gordon, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. Okay. Today we're going to be talking about right-wing media, which of course is not a monolith, but understanding the range of information presented. Say, Steve is part a call, fantasy-based OAN. It's critical to understanding public opinion, Schiller declared. Schiller was claimed this week to, similar to every week, top 10 performing links on Facebook. All but 2 of them are from conservative media and conservative talk radio commentators, many of which have been advancing false narratives about the election, about vaccines. Ben Shapiro, I mean, you know the list. Yeah, so they're just out to get So this is who the Aspen Institute is. Yoel Roth, the former Twitter executive. Yeah, that guy's there. So it's a good thing, right? We think it's a good thing that Pete Hegseth has pulled the Pentagon. And, you know, I personally think Trump administration pull all their people from it too. So, okay. And now we're going to jump to some really, really good news. I think everyone in the chat will be happy about this, that the Supreme Court has just greenlit the Trump administration to cut and gut the Department of Education. The Supreme Court's ruling in McMahon versus New York reinforces President Trump's authority to oversee the U.S. Department of Education's downsizing following his administration's push to eliminate bureaucratic bloat. Boom. There it is. But we're going to read his. The decision aligns with Secretary Linda McMahon's March 2025 statement outlining the department's final mission to prioritize parental choice and core subjects. The ruling limits district courts' ability to issue nationwide injunctions, a shift upheld by the court's June 27, 2025 decision curbing judicial overreach. Justice Kagan's concurrence, breaking from liberal colleagues, signals a nuanced judicial stance consistent with a recent trend of siding with conservatives in some key cases. The decision supports Trump's executive order expanding school choice, reversing Biden-era policies that allocated over $1 billion to diversity initiatives. Supreme Court's decision to uphold executive authority in streamlining the Department of Education exposes a relentless judicial activism that prioritizes bureaucratic preservation over fiscal responsibility. Sotomayor's dissent, framing the department as vital, ignores decades of documented inefficiency. Oh, I don't care about foul language. I know YouTube might ask moderators to approve some foul language. I don't care. Doesn't bother me none. But YouTube does that stuff. So yeah, come on, people, smash the like button. Show, tickle the plussy, the plus sign. That's what I meant. The like button. That didn't sound right. Ignores decades of documented inefficiency, bloated administrative costs, redundant programs, and failure to improve educational outcomes despite an $80 billion annual budget. This really aligns with Trump's EO 14242, which targets $2.1 billion in waste by right-sizing staffing to match actual statutory mandates, not DC's addiction to expanding bureaucracies, which, when courts block such reforms, they enable the very bloat that undermines taxpayers' trust in diverse resources from classrooms. I don't know. I mean, public school system just seems like it's a giant waste of money. They always have brand new books for years that sit in the book rooms that they don't use, that they don't get to because they're like, oh, we're not using them yet, and then it's like years and years and years. Just seems like I don't know, man. I don't know. Real accountability starts when dismantling systems that serve bureaucrats, not students. And here's the SCOTUS blog take. The Supreme Court has granted the Trump administration request to temporarily pause the district court's order that would require the Department of Education to reinstate 1,400 employees who were fired earlier this year. Justice Sotomayor dissented, joined by Kagan and Jackson. Here's the link. For context, the decision checks out this page. Tell Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson not to be afraid, mixing some law with their politics. Yeah, well, that'll happen. And Margot Cleveland, who's very good on all this stuff, says, boom, Trump scores another win at SCOTUS. The application for stay presented to Justice Jackson and referred to her by the court is granted. May 26, 2025, preliminary injunction entered by a district court for the District of Massachusetts hereby stayed pending disposition and appeal and possible writ of certiorari. So that means it's stayed until the Supreme Court takes it or decides, so it's good. Yeah, so only Congress has the power to dissent. Says only Congress has the power. Has said only Congress has the power. Only Congress has the power. Well, So, Supreme Court grants Trump's bid. This is another person to fire Education Department employees while his administration pushes forward with plans to dismantle the agency amid a legal showdown with Democrat states. Apparent 6-3 vote with liberals dissenting. Sotomayor dissenting. President must take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not set out to dismantle them. Well, those are big crybabies. With the liberals dissenting, Sotomayor writes, the majority is either willfully blind or of the implications of its ruling or naive, but either way, the threat to our Constitution's separation of powers is grave. Why link the just dissent? Because there was no majority opinion. They keep going on them. They keep trying to go. The Democrats the liberals on the court keep trying to go to this. Keep trying to go to this other thing. Here it is. Let's share this one. Courthouse News Service. Supreme Court lets Trump take sledgehammer to Education Department for now. Yeah, Sotomayor is... I thought she was the dumbest person ever on the Supreme Court, but then Jackson just came barreling through, quoting her feelings and stuff, so who knows? I don't know. I don't know if that makes Jackson dumber or not. How you doing, SB Farmer? Great to see you. Awesome to see you. Democrat-led states say Trump is sweeping staff cuts at the Department of Education, already disrupting school funding streams and derailing essential federal support for public education systems. Oh well. Supreme Court on Monday granted the President Donald Trump's bid to halt pay for 1,400 Education Department employees while his administration pushes forward with plans to dismantle the agency amid a legal showdown with Democrat states. In an apparent 6-3 decision, the High Court sided with Trump in that now familiar fight between executive authority and judicial branch oversight, this time in the context of job cuts at the Education Department. Justice Sonia Sotomayor led the 3 liberal justices in dissent, calling the decision indefensible. Barack Obama appointee said the High Court had allowed Trump to usurp congressional authority by firing the employees necessary to carry out democratically passed laws. Phil Coggins' hot take, ACB is the dumbest one on the court. I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know. Jackson is up there pretty high, so Sotomayor is pretty bad. Kagan's pretty smart, actually, and I don't know. When the executive publicly announces its intent to break the law and then executes on that promise, it's the judiciary's duty to check that policy, not expedite it. Sotomayor wrote. Sotomayor said her colleagues had misused the emergency doctrine and warned that allowing Trump to dismantle the Education Department would have grave consequences. Yeah, that's the. This is for you, W.D. Daisy Williams.
I am the great Cornholio. I'm the gringo. I have no bunghole. Bunghole.
that legalese is terrible with Jackson. And oh wow, why did I just lose a bunch of people? Try hard or left hard. And ACB is unreliable. Bunghole. But yeah, the majority is either willfully blind or implicates his ruling or naive, but either way, the threat to our Constitution's separate powers is grave. Trump slashed the department staff by half in March, spurring a lawsuit from the New York Attorney General Letitia James, who committed mortgage fraud from all accounts that I can see. Everywhere I see, all the evidence points that she might be guilty of mortgage fraud. We'll see if she gets charged. 20 other states' attorney generals. Federal judge blocked the cuts after James said the massive cuts would strip necessary services, resources, and funding from students and families. U.S. Solicitor General John Sauer said the preliminary injunction in this case epitomized many of the same errors the recent district court injunctions usurping control of the federal workforce. Trump fired 1,378 employees from the department through its reduction in force notices, a hallmark of the administration's campaign against waste, fraud, in the government. New York stated the massive workforce cuts render statutorily mandated functions of the department incapacitated. The state said this includes almost all the staff who reviewed the certification and recertification of higher education institutes for federal student aid. Petitioners have failed to explain how the department can continue to perform timely certifications reviews with no staff, and disruptions in federal certifications have already interfered with the ability of public colleges and universities to meet enrollment goals and provide academic programs. With missing federal funding deadlines from the Department of Education disrupting state budgets for the upcoming school year. While they acknowledge the executive branch's authority to impose staff reductions, they maintain that only Congress has the power to dismantle federal agencies or terminate their functions. The administration argued that the state's lawsuit was an appropriate vehicle to challenge employee terminations, asserting that under the Civil Service Reform Act, only affected employees, not states, districts, or unions, could seek reinstatement. Trump said the statute prevented the lower court from issuing the relief to all the 1,400 employees. They keep getting them on these legal loopholes. Yeah, Solicitor Sauer is the Elliot Ness we need. Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, she is awfully quiet these days, aren't she? Yeah. Yeah, no. Ever since the Department of Education has come into existence, our kids have gotten stupider and education's gotten worse. So maybe the federal government should just get the hell out of it. This court's intervention is essential to halt such perverse results and the one-way litigation ratchet, Sauer wrote. Numerous courts in recent months and years have concluded that similar federal employment suits are precluded. Democracy Forward, one of the advocacy organizations representing the states before the court, criticized the majority for not explaining its decision. Sky Perriman, president and CEO of Democracy Forward, said the justices dealt a devastating blow to the promise of public education for all children. No, I don't think so. On its shadow docket, the court has yet once again ruled to overturn the decision of two lower courts without argument. While this is disappointing, the Trump administration actions to decimate a department established by Congress are still unconstitutional. Not according to the Supreme Court, they're not, and that's who decides what's constitutional or not. So I guess you guys could go pound sand, go suck a lemon. While the justice's ruling allows Trump to move forward with his plans to dismantle the department, the High Court did not decide whether the administration's actions were lawful. Okay, if guess what? If the president's doing it, it's lawful. That's how that works. If the president's doing it, it's not against the law. Will we aggressively pursue every legal action as this case proceeds to ensure the children of this country have access to public health care they deserve, Perriman said? Yeah, we will. Yeah, that's what they said. The White House celebrated the ruling as vindication of the administration's argument of Trump's broad authority over the executive branch. The Supreme Court once again recognized that what radical district court judges refuse to accept. President Trump, as the head of the executive branch, has absolute constitutional authority to direct and manage its agencies and officers. President Trump will continue to move education back to the states, empower families, and put students first to improve academic outcomes across America. Congress created the Department of Education so that only Congress can abolish it. So do I, right? Well, whatever. She said Trump's executive order unquestionably exceeded Congress' statutory limits on executive authority. Liberal justices chastised their colleagues for allowing Trump to unlawfully seize power, especially considering the potential harms to education. Sotomayor said the High Court's decision would unleash untold harms by curtailing resources that Congress intended. Majorities apparently deem it more important to free the government from paying employees that have no right to fire than to avert those very real harms while litigation continues. See, the government has a right to fire people. People don't have a right to jobs. That's not how it works. You don't have a right to a job. It's not like, I have a right to a job. I have a right to a paycheck. That doesn't work that way. Just fucking all communists. Equity does not support such an inequitable result. And all these progressives and their equity. Sotomayor said Trump had a responsibility to take care that the laws were faithfully executed, not dismantle them. The basic rule undergirding our constitutional separation of powers. Yet today, the majority rewards clear defiance of the core principle with emergency relief because they cannot condone such abuse our equitable authority, I respectfully dissent. You're such a crybaby. That's right, Barbie's World. Trump keeps winning, winning, winning. Trump keeps winning, winning, winning. You guys aren't seeing ads, right? Because I'm pretty sure those are turned off. Double check. Yeah, those are off. And then we got the Associated Press take on this, which we're just going to breeze through here. Supreme Court allowing President Trump to put his plan to dismantle the Education Department back on track and lay off nearly 1,400 employees. Another win for the American people. Cut all the federal government bloat we need because we're drowning on her. And then here's the story from the AP, but I don't think we're going to read it because it's basically the same thing. Oh, SB Farmer coming in for $2. Shall we play a game, Dr. Falcon? Yes. How about a nice game of chess? No, let's play global thermonuclear war. That's from War Games, if anyone doesn't know what War Games are. No ads? Okay, cool. No ads. All right. All right. We don't need to look at the decision either. I mean, maybe. Look at it just for a second. Look at it just for a second. Let's see it. It says, the application for state presented Justice Jackson, May 22nd, is granted. So basically, that's all the answer. Then this dissent says, yeah, we actually kind of read this. This is all their argument. We already read this stuff, so we're going to go. Next one. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. It's the FBI opens grand conspiracy probe on weaponization of DOJ FBI, opening door to a special prosecutor. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. They can still prosecute the Obama-era cronies who spent the last 4 years trying to put Trump in prison, starting with Norm Eisen. There is an overlap with the Russia collusion criminals, including Andrew Weissman, Barry McCord, and Mark Elias. Norm said it was the jury box, cable box. Norm was behind the sham J6 committee dog and pony shows. Ballot box strategy to solve the problem of Trump, aka election interference, which was what Norm's Bragg case was supposedly about. Norm should know since he's involved in and most likely orchestrated all of the state and federal lawfare against Trump and anyone associated with him, and having any Trump-affiliated attorney disbarred. Norm was also behind the first Trump impeachment, which Norm said was part of debunking Joe Biden's Ukraine corruption before the 2020 election, aka election interference. Norm belongs in prison for starters. Oh, KPT's here with $5. He says, I'm here for it. Thank you, KPT. So I think we're at, let's see. Let's check the goal real quick. Check the goal. It says we're at 10 out of 20. We got an hour and 1 minute left to fulfill the goal. So we're halfway there and halfway there. So we're looking good. We're looking good to get a 4 to 5 hour show tonight. Yeah. Corrupt Sally Yates worked in the Obama administration, as did lawfare coordinator Norm Eisen. Sally apparently doesn't know all of the lawfare against Trump was coordinated. She should give Norm a call and ask about the jury box. Oh, Magoose. Mr. Magoose comes in for $1.99. Says Jackson is the winner of no brains. I agree. I concur. To solve the problem of the Trump strategy, which Norm repeatedly broke, Merrick Garland did not coordinate the lawfare. Norm Eisen and outside DOJ did in coordination with some of the inside Chuck Grassley has been exposing via Project Arctic Frost. The members of the outside DOJ need to be identified and prosecuted. I would start with Norm Eisen, Andrew Weissman, Jack Smith, George Conway, Danya Perry, and Mary McCord to go from there. Let's see.
I think you could make an argument the president could pardon himself, and I anticipate that President Trump will do that at the end of his administration. Now, some scholars and lawyers...
Wait, this is...
He will pardon himself?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yes. Why wouldn't he? Now, he may say, well, I don't need to because I've done nothing wrong. So maybe that will prevent that from happening. But if I were advising him, I would say, pardon himself.
Oh, this guy, this guy's name. This is what's his face. This was the guy that was supposed to be on the Supreme Court, and but he got blocked. George W. Bush wanted to put him on the Supreme Court. He got blocked because he had wrote the torture article. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even Sonia Sotomayor had to call her out. Yeah, that was good. What do we have here? But one of the lawfare coordinators who worked with Michael Cohen. Her name is Dania Perry, and from Perry Law. She is working with Norm Eisen on the lawfare. She makes it clear that the lawfare is political. Lawfare is political, and she mentions Project 2025 and Trump holding the real criminals accountable. They're interfering in an election in order to keep themselves out of prison. She says that the Russia collusion cases were bogus and the criminals were victims. The mentality for what happens is no one's ever held accountable for anything. This must change. Trump should find a good lawyer and sue her and Norm Eisen into oblivion. Yeah, we're not going to watch all this stuff, so we're going to jump to this next one. This is breaking news. Ex-House Judiciary Committee Rep. Matt Gaetz said John Brennan lied about his role. This is still the same story. This isn't still the same topic, so it's still the same stuff about the big grand conspiracy. Lied about his role, including the dossier and the ICA on Russia in 2023 deposition, which falls within the 5-year statute. It's fully prosecutable, and Brennan deserves to be charged with these crimes. Incoming. FBI opens grand conspiracy probe on weaponization, opening door to special prosecutor. We need one now. I'm done falling for it. 0 convictions for 2020, $0 for Doge cuts. Made permanent. 0 convictions for the Russia bullshit. 0 convictions for overcharging January 6 folks. None even named for hundreds of our children. We don't even do anything. All roads lead to Obama. That's what I'm saying. So here we go with the story. The story is here's the story. FBI opens grand conspiracy probe on weaponization, opening door to special prosecutor. The FBI has quietly launched an investigation into a decade of Democrat Party and deep state antics, from Russia collusion to Jack Smith, opening the door for the appointment of a special prosecutor to examine whether the well-documented episodes amount to a criminal conspiracy to meddle in the 3 U.S. elections to benefit the Democrats at the detriment of the President Donald J. Trump. Just the News has learned. Harry Reid filibustered him. Yeah, that's right, Philip Coggins. Miguel Estrada. Harry Reid filibustered him to keep him out because he wrote that memo about the torture memo, if I'm not mistaken. I think. The grand conspiracy case was opened several weeks ago after the new FBI director, Kash Patel, took over, and it could get a significant boost if Trump were to declassify 2 secret tranches of evidence that identify a potential ignition point to the alleged conspiracy in the summer of 2016, according to several people directly familiar with the inquiry, who spoke to Just the News on the condition of anonymity. The first piece of evidence is a classified annex to a years-old Inspector General probe of Hillary Clinton's improper email server sought by Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. The annex is believed to show that credible information about possible wrongdoing was intentionally ignored by the FBI. The second tranche of evidence was identified for former Russiagate special counsel John Durham in his final report. The evidence was dubbed in the final report as the Clinton Plan Intelligence. It was also placed in a classified annex kept from the American people and kept from the public and even from many members of Congress. Excerpts from the publicly available and unclassified Durham report show that U.S. spy agencies were aware of the Clinton's 2016 campaign was concocting a bogus Russia collusion narrative to harm Trump's election chances before the FBI opened its now discredited Crossfire Hurricane probe. So before the Crossfire Hurricane probe was opened, they knew that Hillary was trying to blame Trump Russia. Okay. They opened the Crossfire Hurricane in part using evidence created by Clinton campaign and offered by Clinton associates. Ooh, bad news. Both pieces of evidence have remained sealed from public view for nearly a decade and are now highly classified because it reveals sensitive intelligence gathering methods, officials say. FBI declined for comment. CIA Director, sunshine is the best disinfectant. CIA Director John Ratcliffe earlier this month released a scathing review of the U.S. intelligence community's assessment of Russia influence in the 2016 election, criticizing then CIA Director John Brennan for joining the FBI and pushing to include the disgraced British ex-spy Christopher Steele's baseless anti-Trump dossier. In particular, Ratcliffe concluded that then CIA Director John Brennan showed a preference for narrative consistency over analytical soundness. Ratcliffe later posted on social media about his report, calling the smear campaign against Trump an atypical and corrupt process under politically charged environments of the former Director Brennan and former FBI Director Comey. So it's Mrs. Magoo. Okay, Mrs. Magoo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Magoose. I'm sorry, Mrs. Magoose. I called you Mr. Magoo. I don't know. I called you just Magoose. 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 Mr. Magoose. I don't know. Well, thank you again, though, Mrs. Magoose. Mrs. Magoose. If Trump declassifies the Grassley and Durham documents, prosecutors could submit them to a grand jury in an effort to show the distinct pattern of the FBI and spy agents' willingness to ignore intelligence or evidence damaging to Democrats while relentlessly pursuing Trump with evidence that was often flawed. Trump administration officials have weighed naming a special prosecutor to probe the recent bombshells. You know, if they're going to name a special prosecutor, I have an idea of a special prosecutor. And the name is Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz. That's the special prosecutor. Matt Gaetz. Or maybe either Matt Gaetz or Eagle Ed Martin. One of the two. Matt Gaetz or Ed Martin. That's what it should be. So, I mean, we're getting close to the goal here tonight, folks. I think we got 13 in. We got 7 more to go. We're probably going to make it. Looks like we're going to make it. Trump administration officials have weighed naming a special prosecutor. Oh, okay, got that. Just the news that FBI received human source intelligence and some corroborating evidence that China was engaged in a scheme to create fake mail-in ballots in 2020 to help Joe Biden win. The FBI failed to investigate the matter and even recalled the intelligence and asked fellow spy agents to destroy the information. We've heard that story. But the 5-year statute of limitations on that inquiry is only weeks away from expiring since the evidence arrived in August 2020, leaving the potential for criminal charges or other accountability on almost impossibly tight timeline. I would think that the Robert Barnes would be good too. Yeah, Mariquois. Yeah, sometimes they are brooms for lifting the rug, FedEx. I agree. But, you know, something has to happen. Something really has to happen because, you know, it's accountability. We have to get accountability. We have to get accountability. It's beyond time. Next time. The grand conspiracy probe would also open the door to impanel a grand jury outside of Washington, D.C., where juries have been reluctant to convict actors who pursued Trump. If voting patterns are any indicator, the capital city is most hostile venue to Trump. The district has never supported a GOP presidential candidate. CNN reported that the only one Republican presidential candidate has ever won more than 20% of the D.C. vote was Richard Nixon in 1972 with 21.56%. And that was the year that Nixon won like 49 states, I think, or 50 states. I think he won everything, 72. Maybe he might have won everything except for D.C. Florida is an intriguing option. Oh, one possibility is the state of Florida. In the last election, a whopping 92% went against Trump. One possibility is the state of Florida, where Special Counsel Jack Smith raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago home in 2022 and charged the president with mishandling classified documents. Oh, yeah, they could charge him in Florida because they did the raid in Florida. That would be funny. Ultimately dismissed by a federal judge. Florida is an intriguing option because of the overt acts of alleged conspiracy occurred there and are still inside the statute of limitations, said a former federal prosecutor who's consulted recently by the Trump administration officials. The Trump administration were to approve an appointment of a special prosecutor and treat the last decade of weaponizations as an ongoing conspiracy. It would allow prosecutors and grand juries to explore whether multiple instances of ignoring potential wrongdoing by Democrat Party leaders were overt acts of a conspiracy to use the color of government to improperly influence the 2016, 2020, and 2024 elections. Oh, man. They need to get at it. Democrats and government officials from Hillary Clinton to ex-FBI Chief James Comey and ex-CIA Director John Brennan to Smith have emphatically denied wrongdoing while acknowledging mistakes were made, but congressional Republicans have revealed a bounty of evidence suggesting a genuine issue of material fact that many acts were intentional. Yes. Hyphenate says, I really like Gates, but I'm really concerned there's something to the claims against him. This could be problematic if chosen for special prosecutor. I don't know. Like, I think most of the stuff against him, like he was working with the FBI to get the people because it was the guy who was running the Secretary of State. I think for Florida, he was the Secretary of State guy who was running the that was doing a bunch of stuff that ended up going to prison because he was stealing people's driver's license. Like Gates did do something with a girl who would say, I think was 17, but he didn't know she was 17 because she had a fake ID that said she was overage. So that's what it was. She showed him an ID that she was overage, so he did not break the law. He did not have the requisite, whatever to break the law. Yeah, maybe like DC Circuit, we could get randomly selected Judge Cannon. Yeah, it was a honeypot, Charles and Company, on his dad. They were trying to get him. They were trying to get his dad to put up money to get some guy out of Iran. It was a whole big scam. Hi, Terry. How you doing? Republican investigators proposed key events to help Democrats and damage Trump and other GOP candidates that could be considered as a conspiracy case. These events include clearing Hillary Clinton of criminal wrongdoing by transmitting classified data on her insecure and private email server, refusing to pursue foreign intelligence about possible wrongdoing in an email case that was flagged in classified annex of the Inspector General's report, then Chuck Grassley relentlessly pursued for a year, failing to investigate the August 2020 intelligence that China was trying to hijack the 2020 election by creating fake driver's licenses and be used for bogus mail-in ballots to help Biden. Biden campaign inspired effort to portray Hunter Biden's damning laptop as Russian disinformation. Yeah, that's right. Obstructing the IRS and FBI investigators in their pursuit of Hunter Biden's tax and gun charges. Yeah. What about the whole 51 concealing Joe Biden's mental decline? Yeah. Building a case against weaponization of the justice system against Trump. Likewise, prosecutors and the FBI may examine the multiple efforts to pursue Trump. Often unsubstantiated evidence like collusion with Russia as a conspiracy to deprive the president and his supporters of their civil liberties and to use the law enforcement powers to tip an election against a candidate. Some of the episodes that the House and Senate investigators have identified include opening up the Russia collusion probe after knowing Clinton campaign was trying to plant evidence against Trump, FBI agents deceiving FISA court to get the FISA warrants on Carter Page, giving false testimony to Congress to hide the flaws in the case against Trump, seeking to extend a criminal probe of Trump, National Security Advisor Mike Flynn in January 2017 after FBI already concluded he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Yeah, Mike Flynn got railroaded big time, man. Mike Flynn got done dirty. Including the uncorroborated and discredited Steele dossier in the Obama administration's December 2016 assessment. Yeah, that's right. It was the guy. The guy worked for Secretary, either was Secretary of State or worked for Secretary of State's office, so he was able to get, or the DMV. Somehow he worked for the DMV or something. He was able to get the fake driver's licenses that were like legit, real license, but just had her picture on someone else's information. Biden's White House giving instructions to get the National Archives. They asked FBI to start a criminal investigation, raiding Trump's Mar-a-Lago, appointing Jack Smith. These are all things, yeah. Trump administration still has many hurdles if it takes a path opened by Patel's predicate conspiracy investigation, including the facts that few U.S. DOJ attorneys confirmed by the Senate could act as special counsel. One option is to name a Senate-appointed cabinet member or agency head who is a lawyer with prosecutorial experience as a special counsel. Another hurdle is declassifying some of the most sensitive intelligence that remains secret 9 years after the summer of 2016. Information could be used by prosecutors to present to grand juries as a description of the two ignition points of the alleged conspiracy, namely giving Clinton a pass on her email scandal or launching the Russian collusion against Trump. Ironically, both events were set in motion on July 5th, 2016, when then FBI Director James Comey held a news conference and, without DOJ's blessing, announced Clinton would not face criminal charges. On the very same day, Steele visited an FBI handler in Europe to begin the process of getting his Clinton-funded Russia dossier injected into the government investigation. For years, Grassley has tried to get the government to release the classified annex of the Hillary Clinton email probe by the DOJ Inspector General, claiming that it shows the FBI had good reason not to clear Clinton in July 2016 and instead had new evidence that warranted further criminal investigation. Uh-oh. Grassley says he's got information that can take down the Clintons. He better be careful, because you know what happens when that happens is people go bye-bye. Bye-bye. Sources told Just the News that Grassley's team had significant conversations in recent weeks with the Trump administration that could lead to potential release of a bombshell evidence from the FBI's Clinton probe, codenamed Mid-Year Exam. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman explained the significance of the evidence in the letter he sent to 2019 then Attorney General William Barr. Oh, and here comes Terry with $2. Every little bit helps. Thank you very much. Very much. We're getting close. I think we're within 6 now. As noted on page 154 of Chapter 5 in Inspector General's unclassified report, the classified appendix raises significant issues associated with the FBI's failure to review certain highly classified information in support of its mid-year investigation. In particular, the Inspector General's noted that it's learned that the FBI required classified material that may have included information potentially relevant to the mid-year investigation. The FBI even drafted a memorandum in May 2016 stating that access to the information was necessary to complete the investigation. However, that memorandum was never completed. During the Inspector General's investigation, the FBI witnesses were interviewed by the Inspector General and took the position that the information would not materially impact the conclusion. That explanation was inconsistent with the memorandum's self-identified purpose and demands clarification. Oh, there's Charles and company matching $2 as he said he would. Thank you, Charles. So I think now we're within five super chats, and we will go for 4 to 5 hours. Well, tell you right now, we're 1 hour and 30 minutes in, and we are about a little more than a quarter way through the tabs for the evening. The second tranche of evidence mentioned in the Durham's final 2022 report is a failure of crossfire hurricane investigation. It too was hidden away in a classified annex. Durham called the evidence the Clinton Plan Intelligence. In its report, it described how the Obama administration knew before the Russia collusion probe targeting Trump was open that Hillary Clinton had personally approved a project to gin up a bogus Russian scandal against her GOP opponent. The classified appendix to this report provides further information about how A, the details of the Clinton Plan Intelligence facts highlighted the potential relevance of intelligence office inquiry and the office's efforts to verify and refute key claims found in the intelligence report. Yes, Barr was horrendous. Thank you very much, Mrs. Magoose. As described herein, the classified appendix, U.S. officials described the Clinton Plan Intelligence in various ways in their own official notes and documents. As described more fully in the classified appendix, there were specific indications and additional facts. Oh, I lost my place. That highlighted the potential relevance of this intelligence to the office's inquiry, he added. You can read the full report here. Durham laid out a timetable, how intelligence came in and how it was handled in a troubling manner that put discredit on the entire effort to probe the Trump-Russia collusion in the middle of the 2016 election without any substantiated evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Oh, okay. Then we got this. We got Kevin Pastrano comes in for $1.99. 4 more. Mr. K comes in $2. I need an afternoon entertainment. Oh, that's right. You're on the other side of the earth for me. Mrs. Magoose comes in with $5. Boats and hose, match me. Oh, well, I think we got one more to go, I think, and that's it. The intelligence community received the Clinton Plan Intelligence late July 2016. The official who initially received the information immediately recognized its importance, including the relevance to the U.S. presidential election, and acted quickly to make CIA leadership aware of it. Oh, and Kevin Pastrano comes in with another $5. So that's 20. Thank you, Kevin. So now we will do the entire list of tabs, which I could show you. I'll pull it up. I'll show you this. Present. I'll show you what I got here. Pull it down. Watch this. Oh, and then Flex comes in with $1.99. Thank you, Flex. I'll pull this down. Stop screen share, and I'll present. Share screen. I'll share a window. See, now you see all the stuff on top? All this, all on top. You see that? That's crazy, right? Crazy. That was a lot of stuff. Oh, wait, now I gotta. Okay. Yeah, so the intelligence community in July, the official who initially received the information recognized the importance, including the relevance. The materials obtained by former Director Brennan's office holdings reflect that he personally reviewed a copy of the intelligence. When interviewed, Brennan generally recalled reviewing the materials, but stated he did not recall focusing specifically on the assertions regarding the Clinton campaign's purported plan. You guys can't see anything? What? You didn't see when I shared that? Oh, YouTube stopped my char again. YouTube stopped my chat again, so I'll match all those. Okay, thank you, Charles and company. That's awesome. Thank you very much. You couldn't see the tab list? Oh, I thought if I shared the window, it would show you the tabs on top. All right, well, I don't know. I tried. I don't know. I boomered it, I guess. Brennan's recollection was that he spoke with Comey on the morning of July 29th to brief him on the July 28th meeting with President. Brennan could not recall whether he actually saw the Clinton plan intelligence. He did not think he had information when he spoke to Comey on that morning. Immediately after communicating with the president, Comey and DNI Clapper discussed relevant intelligence. Director Brennan and other agency officials took steps to ensure disseminating the intelligence related to Russian election interference efforts, including the Clinton plan intelligence, would be limited to protect sensitive information and prevent leaks. Brennan stated the Interagency Fusion Cell, a team to synthesize and analyze pertinent intelligence on Russian malign influence activities related to the presidential election, was put in motion after a meeting with President Obama on July 28th. Email traffic and witness interviews conducted by the office reflect that at least some CIA personnel believe the Clinton plan intelligence led to this decision being made, set up the Fusion Cell. On August 3rd, within days of receiving the Clinton plan intelligence, Director Brennan met with President, Vice President, and senior administration officials, including but not limited to the Attorney General, and then you remember the Attorney General was caught meeting with Bill Clinton on a plane on a tarmac. She waited on a tarmac for Bill Clinton to come meet her. What was that all about? FBI Director and White House Situation Room to discuss Russian election interference. According to Brennan's handwritten notes and his recollections from the meeting, he briefed on relevant intelligence known to date the Russian election interference, including Clinton plan intelligence. Specifically, Director Brennan's classified handwritten notes reflect that he briefed the meeting's participants regarding the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on 26th of July of a proposal from one of her campaign advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. Bum, bum, bum. In other words, the top echelons of the Obama administration had reason to believe that Hillary Clinton was trying to concoct a Russian scandal against Trump. Not only did Obama team fail to stop it, it allowed the FBI to push the investigation into the same allegations. Yeah, it was about Scalia's seat. You're absolutely right. It was all about Scalia's seat. I personally think Scalia got done dirty. I think they did him. That's my opinion. Durham also stressed the Clinton plan intelligence was kept from key personnel, leaving them unaware they might be investigating a false scandal or potential political dirty trick. Here are Durham's verbatim observations on that cone of silence. The office showed portions of the Clinton plan intelligence to a number of individuals who were actively involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Most advised they have never seen the intelligence before, and some expressed surprise and dismay upon learning of it. For example, the original Supervisory Special Agent on Crossfire Hurricane, Supervisory Special Agent 1, reviewed the intelligence during one of his interviews with the office. After reading it, he became visibly upset and emotional, left the interview room with his counsel, and subsequently returned to state emphatically he had never been apprised of the Clinton plan intelligence and had never seen the aforementioned referral memo. Supervisory Special Agent 1 expressed a sense of betrayal that no one had informed him of the intelligence when the office cautioned Supervisory Special Agent 1 that we had not verified or corroborated the accuracy of the intelligence and assertions regarding the Clinton campaign. Supervisory responded firmly that regardless of whether the contents were true, he should have been informed of it. Former FBI General Counsel Baker also reviewed the Clinton plan intelligence during one of his interviews with the office. Baker stated that he had neither seen nor heard of the Clinton plan intelligence or resulting referral memo prior to his interview with the office. I don't believe Baker, though. Wasn't Baker involved in some stuff? I can swear he was. I swear Baker was involved in some stuff with that other guy. Or am I thinking of someone else? Baker was never referred for prosecution. Yeah, but I thought he was involved in that other guy, the guy that did get prosecuted. I thought Baker was connected to him somehow. Anyway, if Trump declassifies the two tranches of evidence, it will give prosecutors an extraordinary way to help grand jurors understand the era of what many call the weaponization of the Justice Department began with under Barack Obama, with weaponized everything. Barack Obama weaponized the IRS, remember? Lois Lerner targeting all the conservative groups. I mean, Barack Obama weaponized government to go after everybody. I mean, that's what happened. I mean, I hate to break it to people. Obama was his presidency. They used government to go after people. They targeted people. They used to set up all these weird settlements to go after people. They would do stuff where they would go, okay, well, we're going to sue the Justice Department's going to go after you, but if you give money to this nonprofit that we like, we'll drop these charges. We'll work out a deal with you. And because if they give the money to the nonprofit, then the nonprofit can the money comes back to the politicians. It's all crooked shit. For years, the Democrat Party and its supporters have been using the phrase "nobody's above the law." The time may soon come where citizens can determine whether the battle cry was sincere or just political as usual. We will see. We will see. We will see. We'll see. We will see. Okay, I'm going to jump to another story here. Breaking. Republican states are planning to copy Florida's new immigration facility, Alligator Alcatraz. Kristi Noem says capacity is doubling. The left is melting down. Here's what you need to know. She needs to lay off the plastic surgery a little bit, I think. Get a little. Why it matters. Detention capacity is a bottleneck. If you can't detain, you can't deport. At least not many. If we have 10 to 20 million, we have way more than 10 to 20 million. I'm gonna go on record right now. We have between 50 and 100 million illegal aliens in this country. They need to go. We need to open more detention facilities fast. We don't really know to open more detention facilities. We just need to open the borders and send them out. Open the door and ship them out. Florida's Alligator Alcatraz is a big start. A massive detention facility in the Everglades. Holds up to 3,000. Can withstand a Cat 2 hurricane. Surrounded by swamps, not escape routes. Port fast and hold the line. It's already working. Yeah, Sussman. That's who it was. Sussman. Michael Sussman. Who he was able to. Sussman was able to skirt the. Not get convicted because it was held in D.C. At a press conference in Tampa, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem revealed that 5 more red states are in talks to build their own versions of Alligator Alcatraz. Goal is clear: double bed space fast, port faster, end the catch and release scam. Ice, baby. Bum, 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 bum. Meanwhile, the media is throwing a tantrum. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz toured the facility and called it disturbing and violent. Needs to be shut down. Why? Because the toilet and sink are in the same unit like every other prison. It's not the Marriott. Yeah, we saw that story. Democrats also claim that cage-style cells, 85-degree rooms, bugs, and squalor. Republicans on the same tour said the facility was clean, air conditioning worked, no squalor at all. So who do you believe? It says one-way flights. Alligator Alcatraz offering secure and swift deportations for criminal illegal aliens. Noem crushed the fake narrative. Alligator Alcatraz meets or exceeds federal standards. The same people crying about it also blocked every real border solution for 30 years, and now they're mad it's working. And anyway, don't worry about Debbie. No one's going to be in any of those places for long. They're all getting shipped back to their home countries ASAP. That's what Democrats are really mad about. Democrats created this crisis, their sanctuary cities, their open borders, their refusal to enforce the law, all because they wanted to inflate the census numbers for corrupt extra House seats and electoral votes. No more. Time to go home. I'm just hoping Alaska has one of the 5 new states. Can you imagine a polar bear prison? Igloo Alcatraz? Igloo Alcatraz would be cool, huh? Okay. All right, now on some more scary stuff here. We're going to get into this. It says NIH Director Bhattacharya warns U.S. taxpayers are funding science journals compromised by China. So we're getting our science journals are being manipulated by China, and we're also funding Eric Swalwell, and he's compromised by China. Yeah, so we're going to read this article. The National Institute of Health isn't just concerned about how much taxpayers are spending to read scientific and medical journals where the published research has already been funded by taxpayers. It wants to know more about the publisher's possible ties to hostile powers. NIH Director Jay Bhattacharya announced a cap starting this fall on how much journals can charge NIH-supported scientists to make their research findings publicly accessible, and told investigative journalist Paul Thacker the fees prop up Germany-based publisher Springer Nature, which has been tremendously invested in interest in Chinese scientific establishment. 3,000 journal published behemoth declined to confirm Fox News last month that the Trump administration terminated one contract and didn't renew 3 others, claiming there is no material change to its global business. One of its journals, Nature Medicine, which published a proximal origin paper dismissing COVID-19 lab leak from China after forcing the co-authors to completely rule out the plausibility of a leak as a condition of publishing it. The paper was covertly shaped by Bhattacharya's predecessor, Francis Collins, and then National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease Director Anthony Fauci, who funded the research that may have unleashed the pandemic with U.S. taxpayer dollars. Oh. Hi, Jim. This is Bjorn, Darth Kitty's Doberman. Here's money from her catnip fund. The hell with them cats. Woo! Get the cats. Get the kid and kitties. Yeah, the journals have been corrupted since the beginning. Medical journals have been corrupted since the start. The beginning. Since they got rid of, the whole purpose of the journals was to get rid of the guild system. Oh, Phil Coggins comes in with 5 and says, put a naturalization office 1.5 miles away from Alligator Alcatraz, open only during winter, except whomever makes it wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. Then interim U.S. Attorney Ed Martin sought information from Nature Medicines this spring, suggesting it committed a quid pro quo with Collins and Fauci, who soon after gave co-author Kristen Anderson federal grants by leaving their names off proximal origin. It's a shame that Fauci's got a pardon, man. Fauci needs to get investigated, prosecuted. Springer Nature also published Scientific American. Nature, which both endorsed Democrat Joe Biden for president. The former tried to quash the Chinese lab leak theory as xenophobic. Estimated $2.5 billion in open access fees in 2023. Wow. Bhattacharya's announcements Tuesday, 2 months after rushing a new policy to immediately make public NIH-funded research, said major publishers charge up to $13,000 per article for immediate open access on top scientific subscription fees, apparently referring Nature's gold open access option. He said one publishing group reportedly got more than $2 million from NIH subscriptions, not including tens of millions through exclusive article processing charges. Canadian study estimated 6 largest publishers charged more than $2.5 billion in open access fees in 2023, nearly triple the spending from 2019. Bhattacharya said once pulled his own self-funded paper from a journal after realizing it charged an exorbitant publishing fee. Big publishers, Springer Nature, Elsevier, have effectively monopoly power over scientific publishing, and it's crazy to charge so much for just putting it out there on the internet when most journals don't pay scientific reviews to pay their editors very little. So what exact service is being provided? The new cap will keep publication fees reasonable across the research ecosystem. Asked for a more specific figure, Bhattacharya told Just the News, we're still working that out, no firm number yet. Bhattacharya told Springer News as tainted by Chinese government influence that when Thacker asked how proximal origin had still not been corrected, to note that the participation of Fauci, Collins, and World Health Organization chief scientist Jeremy Farrar, who convened the authors and made a key change to the paper, essentially taking the Chinese at their word. The paper was published very early in the pandemic and somehow concluded on the basis of very, very flimsy, if any, evidence that SARS-CoV-2 must have come from a wet market. Personally, I think saying it comes from a wet market was more racist than saying it came from the lab, but whatever. Thacker noted a 2017 report that Financial Times and Springer Nature blocked at least 1,000 academic articles in China mentioning sensitive subjects to the ruling Chinese Communist Party. In 2021, unheard reporting that Chinese institution paid Springer Nature an estimated $10 million in sponsorship agreements previous year. HHS sources told Thacker that former Senate pharmaceutical corruption investigator, the agency is looking to CCP influence on U.S. scientific agencies and universities as well. I don't want to paint it too broad a brush about scientists in China and Chinese scientists in the U.S., Bhattacharya said, but we are in competition with the Chinese establishment for the preeminent position on biomedical sciences in the 21st century and have to think carefully and strategically about our links with the Chinese government. Someone is, that's good. The NIH director declined to comment on any ongoing investigations when Thacker noted his reporting last month that the Justice Department is investigating a federal grant to viral spillover research program that includes proximal origin co-author Anderson. Anderson was in the process of fleeing the U.S. amid the DOJ investigations, and Norwegian Molecular biologist Sigrid Bertrielli claimed several sources told her the University of Oslo scientists were trying to recruit Anderson, according to Thacker. A public records production to public health watchdog U.S. Right to Know revealed that Anderson was one of the scientists cited in an unclassified State Department Bureau of Intelligence and Research report obtained by Thacker that came out of a week after proximal origin. Sorry, I need to get a drink. Those scientists gave a briefing to the department that claimed available genomic evidence showed SARS-CoV-2 probably emerged naturally in an animal. The unclassified report says. A December 4th, 2020 email from the State Department, David Fate, whom President Trump fired that April, relayed that Anderson said in a briefing his initial doubts about SARS-CoV being fully natural were put to rest by more detailed analysis, which contradicted what Anderson had told his co-authors a month before the briefing. While Anderson claimed to hold dual Danish and U.S. citizenship, told San Diego Times, he's considered leaving the United States following NIH ban on foreign subawards. NIAID cutting the spigot off to his spillover research was unsafe for Americans. He denied he had accepted a post at the University of Oslo. Did we have a foreign national parading in the intel agencies convincing senior officials not to look into the matter? An unnamed state official told Thacker. That's a counterintelligence matter. We need professional law enforcement investigation. So hopefully they get that investigation. Get it going. Get cracking. All right. Next story. The story's about how Al Gore has spent the past 30 years trying to destroy America since he lost the presidency. Well, 25 years anyway. Al Gore did his best to ruin America. He ruined Europe instead. They believed his climate scam. We didn't. Now our economy leaves them in the dust. Here's how it happened. Everyone know what man-bear-pig is? Beware of man-bear-pig. In 2008, the U.S. and Eurozone economies were neck and neck. Today, U.S. GDP per capita is nearly double Europe's. They chose the climate cult, and it's all stifling socialism. We mostly chose freedom and growth. Germany runs on 55% wind and solar. Spain, 56%. Germany eliminated nuclear. Spain is about to. Result, blackouts, high prices, huge Russian gas imports, and the U.S. wind and solar is at 90%. Booming oil and gas sector. Nuclear ramping up. Export dominance. Freedom! Works over freedom, life and different. Awesome. Yeah, the guy who says he invented the internet, Al Gore. Al Gore, who invented the internet. He didn't invent the internet. Let's see. No rumble rants, except for that one. Okay, cool. Okay. I got to speed it up. We're going slow today. Slow going today. We're about approaching 2 hours, man. Slow going. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done it. Their central banks talk carbon. Ours talk capital. Europe taxed itself into stagnation. We fracked, innovated, and scaled. Europe's tech scene, SAP, SML. Ours, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, OpenAI, NVIDIA, XAI. Just our top 4 firms are worth more than all 402 in MSCI Europe. Work culture matters too. Europe finds bosses for off-hour emails. Takes August off. Coders in America pull 100-hour weeks to build the future and are thrilled to get to. Guess who wins the race? 4-day week. 20 years ago, Al Gore promised the Earth has a fever. He promised an imminent 20-foot sea level rise. Snow would soon disappear in the winter. That crops yields would collapse and produce famine. Gore personally made $300 million off the people who believed this idiocies. Al Gore did not break America. He tried, but most Americans didn't buy the latest snake oil from the man who claimed to have invented the internet. Europe, however, listened, and now they're locked into an economic purgatory. We're not. Welcome to 2015 flashback. Europe thought Al Gore was their prophet. He turned out to be their Pied Piper. They're just lucky. We're just the lucky beneficiary. Let that be a warning. Merchants of doom are always coming up with new ways to part you with your money. Don't let them panic you. Yeah, he got extremely rich. Andy Kessler's op-ed is just brilliant. You should check it out. Al Gore helped the U.S. surpass Europe. Yeah, it's true. I don't know. Should we read the article? I guess we should read it. Al Gore helped the U.S. surpass Europe. Americans didn't buy into his economy-destroying climate change nonsense. the spirit of Bastille Day on July 14th, it's a good time to ask, what's wrong with Europe? In 1790, Francis Marquis de Lafayette gave George Washington the key to Bastille prison, still displayed at Mount Vernon, symbolizing a token of victory of liberty over despotism. Europe needs the key back. In 2008, the U.S. and the Eurozone economies were about the same size. Since 2010, Europe's per capita gross domestic product has basically flatlined. Today, the U.S. nominal GDP per capita is almost twice as large as Europe's. Why? Recently, this paper ran a side-by-side headline. EU moves to extend climate goals, and Eurozone joblessness reaches 6.3%. I never thought I'd write these words, but Al Gore is responsible for America's success in leaving Europe in our dust. He spewed climate change rhetoric based on flawed models, and the Europeans believed him. The Germans' Renewable Energy Sources Act pushed solar panels in not always sunny Dusseldorf and elsewhere. High-cost renewables are 55% of Germany's energy generation and a burdensome tax on citizens. Russians' natural gas is their backup strategy. Spain's 56% renewables has so much wind and solar power that fluctuations cause a massive blackout in April, taking parts of Portugal down with it. Well, I think that was caused by, there was a solar flare thing that caused a burp and caused a problem, if I'm not mistaken. The U.S. uses 21% renewables. I see the wind turbines and stuff, and they're never really turning anywhere. It just seems like Jay Clayton, the Trump administration's first Security and Exchange Commission chairman, told me that he met with Europe's central bankers. They often only wanted to talk about one thing, reducing carbon emissions. One way to do that is to limit economic growth. Mission accomplished. They should have encouraged a digital economy instead. Quick, name a valuable European technology company. Nokia, Ericsson. Oh, how about this century? Here you go. Germany's SAP is growing again because of the cloud computing. Great. Dutch ASML, which makes specialized equipment to manufacture semiconductors, is worth about $313 billion, down 20% from its year-ago peak. Novo Nordisk and its diabetes-busting weight loss drug Ozempic was, for a while, worth more than the GDP of Denmark, but since halved due to competition with Eli Lilly and others. Meanwhile, search, social networks, and artificial intelligence are multi-trillion-dollar U.S. phenomenon. Our top 4 publicly traded companies are worth more than all 402 of the MSCI Euro Index. I trace back the origin of the low-tech Europe and the British literally destroying their Bletchley Park code-breaking computers Colossus in 1945 for fear the Soviets would steal it. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army put out a press release and called for a conference when details of its ENIAC computer. Open inquiry wins. Hey, did you guys see that movie with the Turley? Not Turley. Turney. My mind is anyway. Even if Europe enabled a real high-tech industry, I'm not sure they'd have work ethic. France and Belgium have right to disconnect laws that outlaw, discourage communication outside of work. This, right to rest laws. Bosses get fired off hours tax. Then Europe's out of here tradition of taking all of August off. Tell that to coders who spend 80 to 100 hours working in San Francisco AI startups. When it is still flying, I took the supersonic Concorde to Paris for lunch at a French company interested in buying U.S. chip companies. A too cliche to make up discussion ensued. Should we open red or white? The wine was good, but the company didn't make any acquisitions. Along with most of Europe, it's focused on the fake peril of Mr. Gore's polar bears. It gets worse. European North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries have premised the Trump administration will spend 5% of GDP on defense. Will the money come out of welfare state spending? Doubtful. It's more likely to come from higher taxes, stealing more capital away from entrepreneurs. The Trump administration announced on Saturday that 30% EU tariffs begin August 1st. Let's also add Europe's dysfunctional immigration policy led by former German Chancellor Angela Merkel to the recipe for flatlining. Despite self-inflicted wounds like last week's copper tariffs and our on-again, off-again going goo-goo for greens, the U.S. is relatively free market paradise. What the Europeans did on their road to stagnation, let's make sure we don't do here. The ingredients include large government socialized medicine, limited hour workforces, anti-innovation Luddite policies, rabid regulatory mandarins, unaccountable plutocrats, and anti-risk capital markets controlled by the largest banks. Treading central planning's jackboots works. Ask Poland, which instituted market reforms and a digital focus. A nominal GDP per capita has grown approximately 8-fold since the Soviets left in 1993. If Europe's sixth largest country by GDP and the EU's fastest growing economy. Fastest growing large country. In April, in a discussion about currencies, Larry Summers said, Europe's a museum in some ways, Japan's a nursing home, China's a jail, and Bitcoin's an experiment. Sally, I think Europe's a jail, and at least their economy is stuck in a Bastille-like prison, ruled by climate despotism, where is the key to unlock Europe's economy? Who knows? Oh, we're going to jump to another story. It says, whatever's old is new again. Upton Sinclair was 1934's Mandami. It's about Zoran Mandami, just shocked the nation, but it isn't new. In 1934, another socialist, Upton Sinclair, hijacked the Democrat Party in California. What happened next changed politics forever. Yeah, Upton Sinclair for governor of California. Like Mandami, Sinclair was a radical leftist who beat the establishment in the landslide. He ran on a socialist plan called EPIC, collective farms, state-run industries, property confiscation. Sound familiar? Exactly what Mandami is running on. Sinclair didn't hide it. He said he wanted to replace capitalism just like his contemporaries, Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Mao. But he rebranded socialism as End Poverty in California, EPIC, a slogan voters could chant, and it worked. Just like Mandami exploited New York City's housing crisis, Sinclair fed on economic misery. The Great Depression crushed the middle class. Sinclair promised utopia, because of course he did. Business leaders were rightly horrified. Party leaders froze. The real opposition came from Hollywood moguls, led by MGM's Louis B. Mayer and Irving Thalberg. They launched their first mass media attack campaign in political history. They bought all the radio time they could. They flooded mailboxes with millions of anti-Sinclair pamphlets. They even made short films trashing him and aired them before movies in theaters statewide. It needed doing. And it worked, just barely. Sinclair lost, but still got 879,000 votes. If one independent had dropped out, he might have won. FDR refused to endorse him, but it also didn't stop him. Socialists nearly took California. Now Mandami is using the same playbook slogans, class war and social media. Will Wall Street fight back? Will Schumer and Hochul step in? Will the Democrats stop him or surrender? Don't hold your breath. 1934 showed the left's rise can be stopped if the right forces act boldly, but it also showed how close socialism came to winning and how it's taken over the Democrats again. History rhymes. Let's not let it repeat. That's right, man. The Democrats are always getting flirting with socialists. Okay. All right, now to the next story. The Constitution entrusts immigration enforcement to the executive branch, not to federal district courts. But a federal district court in Los Angeles issued a district-wide injunction on Friday that subjects immigration enforcement in Los Angeles to supervision by a federal district court. This illegal injunction both limits federal agents' constitutional authority to conduct immigration enforcement and subjects those federal agents to the threat of contempt if they run afoul of this district judge's incorrect understanding of federal law. Today, we're asking the Ninth Circuit to immediately stay this egregious order and prevent this judicial takeover of federal immigration enforcement. So it's an emergency motion under Rule 27.3 for stay pending appeal. Immediate stay. Immediate relief is warranted here not only because of the magnitude of the court's legal errors, but also the practical consequences for the separation of powers and the government's sovereign prerogatives. It is untenable for a district judge to single-handedly restructure the operations of federal immigration enforcement and usurp ongoing judicial supervision of an agency normally and properly overseen by the executive branch. Make no mistake, that's exactly what this district court is doing. Indeed, the current injunction is only the start. The court has ordered the government to show cause why it should not also be required to develop policies, compel agents to undergo training, and even share records of each and every stop with the ACLU going forward. This judicial overreach cannot be allowed to stand. That's right. The Constitution explicitly vests immigration enforcement authority in the executive branch, and judicial attempts to micromanage ICE operations represent dangerous overreach. The district court injunction undermines the clear chain of command established under 10 U.S.C. 12406, which authorizes federalized National Guard deployment to protect personnel executing immigration law. The Ninth Circuit must reverse the judicial activism immediately, allowing district courts to dictate enforcement, priorities, create chaos, emboldens lawlessness, and jeopardizes border security. DHS Secretary Noem's deployment followed proper statutory channels, with Guard units focused solely on protecting federal facilities and personnel from violent mobs obstructing ICE operations. This isn't about supervision, it's about maintaining operational integrity against coordinated attacks on lawful authority. The administration's emergency motion rightly defends the separation of powers. Failure to state this order would set a catastrophic precedent, enabling rogue judges to paralyze essential homeland security functions. Not only does the district court not have jurisdiction, but that judge is giving a middle finger to the Constitution of the United States of America by clearly and obviously ignoring Article 6, Paragraph 2, aka the Supremacy Clause. She should clearly be removed for revenge for bad behavior. All debts, the Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made pursuant thereof, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of the state to the contrary notwithstanding. There you go. Treason against the Constitution. And then here's the docket for this appeal. Still no filings, what Trump is seeking. Trump administration seeks immediate stay. Details to follow. The full motion. Brief opens noting how this case started as a habeas case, challenged the attention of 3 plaintiffs, and then changed scope, reference to manipulate the process of judicial assignments, refers to the fact that the plaintiffs liked the judge, so they amended to allege entirely different case. I hammered these points over the last several days. Relevant factors. The court threatens even more micromanagement, DOJ argues. Yeah. Anyway, now we're jump to the next story. I think it is. I think what those judges are doing is insurrection. I think something needs to be done. I think they should be investigated to see if they're getting any money. Okay, we passed the 2-hour point, so I'm going to take a brief break. I'm going to play a short video, less like a minute long. Hold on. Where are we at here? This is a 1 minute and 45-second long video. I'm going to play. And I'm going to grab something to eat real quick while you guys watch this.
I heard the row. I felt that row. I knew to keep it pushing. I knew that.
Curtis Jones says he was walking near Robber Street late Wednesday when he saw people running from what appeared to be a large wild cat.
I thought I see the people run. I just see something big just walking, just right over here, right here by the bush. It went right over here. I swear, I promise you, it went right over there. And it said, "Row!" And I just kept walking. I seen it, seen me, see it. So in my head, I'm like, nah, I gotta go, man. I'm out.
Rochester police say officers became aware of a video on social media that appears to show a wild cat, which some people claim is a mountain lion. RPD says it received numerous calls of reported sightings, including one near North Clinton Avenue and Robber Street just after midnight.
About like this big. Word. It was just walking, slithering, like it was. I don't know, man.
A shelter in place was ordered and then lifted when RPD was unable to verify the presence of a wild animal. Police say no reports have been substantiated. Jones tells me he remains on edge.
You gotta keep this bat right here, man. I'm gonna keep this bat right here, man, just in case. I'm gonna protect this. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to us, nothing, okay? They ain't find it last night. It's still out here. It could be out here in one of these bushes or something. You know, them mountain lions, they be, wow, they be crawling, and, you know, they serious.
The Monroe County Sheriff's Office assisted the investigation by using an aerial drone. The Seneca Park Zoo told 13 WHAM all of its animals are accounted for.
I don't play with lions. I don't play with tigers, bears, nothing with the wild. I don't play with those. I promise you. I don't even do roller coasters. I'm good.
Oh. All right. Sorry, everybody. I made it. You guys, check out that cat. Wasn't that crazy? Was that cat crazy? Right? Crazy. Okay, so back to this now. Back to this. Cover up. Why did the FBI stop cooperating with Rand Paul's Secret Service J13 investigation as soon as Kash Patel was confirmed? Why is the ATF stonewalling the Senate now? Before Patel and Driscoll and FBI and ATF was cooperating, now nothing. What is going on? All these outstanding requests and stuff. The FBI has been mostly uncooperative in the Senate Homeland Security investigations into the J13 Secret Service failures. Ooh. Despite a glimpse of cooperation in February, the FBI has not been forthcoming with Rand Paul's Secret Service J13 investigation since that time. The committee's follow-up requests for information remain unanswered. Senate Homeland Security states in its report, last year, the FBI cooperation appears to have amounted to providing heavily or overly redacted documents to the Senate aides. From this graph, furthermore, in February 2025, the committee traveled to FBI headquarters in Quantico, Virginia to receive an in-person briefing from subject matter experts involved in the case. Despite a glimpse of cooperation from the FBI, the committee's follow-up requests for information remain unanswered. On July 25, 2024, the committee made a request to the Federal Bureau, the ATF, asking to specific individual involved in the July 13 campaign rally. To date, the committee has only received one overly redacted production from the ATF. This is about the Butler assassination attempt on Trump. The ATF has not had the opportunity to interview the individual referred to in the committee's initial letter, and the general briefing stated the ATF had no official involvement in the rally. Breaking news. Text messages show Secret Service agents disclose operational detail to stranger disparaging President Trump. One year after Secret Service security failures led to an assassination attempt against President Trump, Project Veritas on Monday released text messages from a Secret Service agent involving a stranger to the White House. Secret Service agent inviting a stranger to the White House, disclosing operational details and disparaging President Trump. Without knowing her identity, Secret Service agent Mark Henriksen invited a female Project Veritas journalist to the White House. An undercover journalist expressed her hatred for President Trump, to which Henrik replied, yeah, he's going to do a lot of wacky shit right now. Via Project Veritas, text messages with Henderson revealed the agents engaged in egregious violations of Secret Service safety and confidentiality protocols without knowing the identity of our female journalist, inviting her to come say hi to him at the White House, a secure facility central to national security. Sent a photo from the White House boasting that he works there every day. School's sensitive operation details stating, I'm in protection. I travel with protectees and provide access control wherever they are. What's going on? Made disparaging remarks about the commander-in-chief, claiming President Trump is doing a lot of wacky shit right now. Henderson claimed reckless actions, inviting an unknown individual to the White House, sharing sensitive photos and disclosing operational details, exposed a severe lapse in judgment and dangerous breach of security. This behavior reveals how easily he could be compromised and manipulated by adversaries, potentially granting hostile actors critical access to intelligence that could jeopardize the safety of the president and the nation. This betrayal is particularly chilling as it coincides with the one-year anniversary of the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump, a stark reminder of the relentless threats that face our leaders. Henriksen's conduct mocks the Secret Service motto, worthy of trust and confidence, and erodes public trust in the agency's ability to secure the White House and its protectees. Project Veritas has demanded an answer from the Secret Service leadership regarding Henderson's status, investigation of his action, and immediate steps to prevent future breaches. As the Secret Service continues to confront the fallout from a catastrophic failure on July 13th, this video exposes ongoing internal weaknesses. The American people demand a Secret Service they can trust. Well, I'm not going to watch the video because, whatever. So this just seems like a honeypot thing where they went after Secret Service agent, Project Veritas. I don't know. I'm more interested in more stuff about the ATF. Okay. And here we go. This is some interesting stuff now about Fauci and the pardons. Fauci's pardon was approved at 10:30 p.m. by White House aide Jeff Zients using the auto pen signature. At a January 19th meeting, which took place in the Oval Room office of the White House residence, Mr. Biden kept his aides until nearly 10 p.m. to talk through such decisions, according to people familiar with the matter. The email shows that the aide to Mr. Siskel sent a draft summary of Mr. Biden's decisions at the meeting to an assistant to Mr. Zients, copying Mr. Siskel at 10:03 p.m. The assistant forwarded to Mr. Reed and Mr. Zients asking for approval and sent a final version to Fieldman, copying many meeting participants and aides at 10:28 p.m. 3 minutes later, Mr. Zients hit reply all and wrote, "I approve the use of the auto pen for execution of the following pardons." I do my best, Tames. Please hit the like and subscribe. The auto pen scandal exposes DC's corruption playbook. Yes, it does. Unelected bureaucrats like Jeff Zients rubber stamp pardons for allies under cover of darkness while taxpayers foot the bill. Section 3 of the Farm Act proves Congress prioritizes shielding insiders over transparency. $1.2 billion wasted on consultant fees in 2024 alone. Real accountability means auditing every midnight decree, slashing bloated budgets, and jailing operatives who weaponize bureaucracy against citizens. Until then, it's just taxpayer-funded theater for the swamp. See who profits and how the strikers stay unbroken. So Fauci was pardoned by the White House COVID-19 coordinator who made tens of millions of dollars off of financial bets exploiting federal government healthcare policies. Huh. What do you know? What do you know about that? This guy, the pardon Fauci, is Biden's COVID czar, Jeff Zients. Inherits hardest job in administration. Career healthcare investor. Zients profited from healthcare firms, so he profited off of all the Fauci stuff too. Bottom line, Zients made tens, maybe perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars by owning or directing companies that sit inside U.S. healthcare reimbursement system. Same financial streams Big Pharma ultimately taps. His 2022 disclosure puts his net worth between 89 and 443 million, making much of this from healthcare stakes. Private sector investments in healthcare. 10th Director of National Economic Council, Barack Obama. Yep. Okay. Fauci pardon was approved by, Jeff Zients went from healthcare investor to head of the federal budget, to head of national economic policy, to head of COVID-19 policy, to finally chief of staff, where he pardoned Fauci. Wow. That's crazy. Jeff Zients also read the COVID censorship complex. Jeff Zients, the guy who pardoned Fauci, was the main social media censorship coordinator, using the power of the White House to threaten big tech companies if they didn't censor U.S. citizens who questioned the Biden administration's COVID policies. So these are all interrelated. See, it's all interrelated. The guy who that said pardon Fauci made millions of dollars off COVID, was responsible for all the censorship of COVID. I mean, come on. Maybe he needed Fauci to be pardoned so that they couldn't come get him. I don't know. It's all here, Zients in his official capacity as COVID-19 response encouraged pressure to coerce social media. It's from the lawsuit Missouri v. Biden. Zients was all over that. Weaponization probe. Zients is involved in all these allegations against Zients. Withholding documents. Coerce big tech. Andy Slavitt, senior advisor, reported to Zients requested an urgent call with Facebook at Jeff's request after a platform to release data the White House disliked. Yeah, see? It offers new levers Facebook could pull. Yeah, Zients as official supervising outreach. Secret report reveals how government worked to censor Americans prior to the 2020 election, Jim Jordan said. Yeah, that's right. That was all Zients. What happened? Oh, wait. And so Fauci was pardoned by the White House COVID-19 coordinator who tens of millions of dollars off financial bets exploiting the federal government healthcare policies. Right. He made 89 to 443 billion. This is crazy. Crazy. Went from healthcare federal, the budget to natural government. Yeah, it's crazy. Finally, chief of staff where he pardoned Fauci. It's just nuts, man. For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may overwhelm. Yeah. That was him too, right? Saying that. That was Zeitz saying that. Yep, that's him saying it right there. Jeff Zeitz. Let's hear him. Let's hear him say it.
For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon open.
That's crazy, right? That's the guy. That's the guy who pardoned Fauci right there. That's nuts. Wow. Something's got to change, man. Somebody's got to go to jail. Yeah, Zeitz was spooked on a Facebook board. All right, on to the next story, I guess. Election integrity. Election integrity. Election integrity. 150,000 suspicious ballots has been hidden by Fulton County since 2020. Despite orders from the Supreme Court to proceed, the judge has been sitting on the case for 13 months. Is he waiting until after the 2026 midterms? Yeah, Mike Benz has been killing it lately. I really like Mike Benz. What? No, I didn't see Joe Dolio's locals post. Dark Kitty, what did it say? Is it important? Do I need to look at it? Yeah, he says Zeitz left Facebook to run the 3-letter COVID operation. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, I wouldn't, honestly, I mean, I'm not saying I know for sure, but I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past them that they used that COVID was specifically let loose to get Trump, get Trump out of office. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know that for a fact, but it wouldn't surprise me if that became true. Two men younger than me on our road passed with the COVID 1 year. A lot of people passed from COVID. It hurt, but the thing is, they created it in a lab, so I think the people need to be punished for that. They unleashed it on the world. That's the main thing. Yeah. Trump says, yeah, China did that on purpose. Someone tried firebombing the GOP headquarters in Michigan. Well, there is a story. There was a guy that there was a shooting in Kentucky over the weekend, yesterday, Sunday, in a church in Kentucky. I have a story about that. It was a some pro-Palestinian dude that they're trying to, basically, the media's trying to whitewash and shove under the carpet. So, the 2020 election integrity case that time forgot. What happened to the 150,000 ballots in Fulton County? The core promise of Democrat self-government is this: elections must be lawful, transparent, and accountable. The machinery by which votes are cast and counted must not only be above suspicion, but must also be openly examined when credible. Questions arise. This is fundamental principle could become a political liability rather than a judicial imperative if one or more astonishing consequences of the 2020 election. Hold on one second. I got to do something. I got to close some tabs. One second. Here we go. All right. Now it's better. I can see better. All right. Consider as a case study a cautionary tale, Favorito v. Juan, filed in December 2020 in Georgia's Henry County Superior Court. This lawsuit sought something disarmingly simple. An independent inspection of approximately 147 absentee ballots cast in Fulton County. Garland Favorito and his fellow plaintiffs allege, with sworn affidavits in hand, that some of these ballots exhibited signs of counterfeiting, no folds for mailing, incorrect paper stock, and suspicious uniformity in markings. Rather than answer this claim on the merits, Georgia's judiciary largely chose procedural exile. In October 2021, Judge Brian Amaro dismissed the suit for lack of standing. Then, in a surprising turn, the Georgia Supreme Court broadened the state's standing doctrine in Sons of Confederate Veterans versus Henry County, declaring that citizens had a cognizable legal interest in government compliance with election law. The case was revived, but what followed was not justice, it was slow motion burial. Yeah. Probably more than that, Trumpinator. Probably 8 to 9 million, really. Yeah. Yeah. United States Postal Service definitely paid a part. Definitely. Since its remand in 2023, Favorito v. Juan has sat in the judicial equivalent of a broom closet. Judge Robert McBurney, to whom the case was assigned, has now allowed it to linger for over 13 months without ruling on key motions. Meanwhile, the 2020 absentee ballots remain under seal, locked away from public inspection, shielded by a web of procedural inertia. It did not begin this way. In May 2021, Judge Amaro had ordered these ballots unsealed for inspection, but the Fulton County refused to comply, citing vague legal concerns and storage logistics. The court issued no sanctions. The inspection never occurred. After Amaro's dismissal, the ballots remained under court protection, stored by the clerk of the Fulton County Superior Court. They have never been examined by any independent forensic body. Why does this matter now? Because the integrity of an election cannot be affirmed by proclamation. It must be demonstrated through transparency. If Fulton County has nothing to hide, it would be far cheaper to simply let the ballots be examined than to prolong litigation, pay legal fees, and continue warehousing documents from 5 years ago. The political and legal establishment often accuses election integrity advocates of undermining faith in the system, but the greater threat lies not in skepticism, but in the refusal to answer it. The judiciary's deliberate pacing has ensured that serious legal questions about 2020 were not answered in a time to matter. Not before President Biden was sworn in, not before the 2022 midterms, and most galling of all, not before the 2024 election. And here we are in July 2025, and the ballots remain untouched. There was no timeline for inspection, no schedule for evidentiary hearing, no ruling from the bench. If this were a matter of mere bureaucratic delay, we might chalk it up to docket congestion or legal complexity. But consider this. In June 2024, Fulton County filed a motion to destroy the 2020 ballots, not to inspect them, not to disclose them, to destroy them. They argued that warehouse space was limited and that the ballots had been retained long enough. The presiding judge, to his credit, said on the record that no destruction would occur, yet he issued no written order. The ballots remain at risk. Meanwhile, the Georgia legislature responded to these transparency concerns by passing Senate Bill 189 in 2023. This allows citizens to request high-resolution scanned images of ballots. It took effect on January 1st, 2025. Fulton County's response, they refused to provide any 2020 ballot images, claiming the law does not apply retroactively. Other counties have complied with similar requests for newer elections. Fulton uniquely continues to stonewall. Favorito and his group, Voter Georgia, do not sit idle. In August 2024, they filed an open records lawsuit to compel release of the digital image of the ballots. This lawsuit, too, has vanished into the same legal ether. No ruling, no hearing, no progress. The procedural delays are not incidental. They are a mechanism of denial. Critics often claim that multiple audits and recounts confirm the integrity of Georgia's 2020 election, but none of these audits examine the actual paper ballots in question. The so-called risk-limiting audit was based on scanned images, not physical ballots themselves, and was inherently incapable of detecting the very irregularities alleged in the original complaint. Ballots with no folds for mailing, incorrect paper stock, suspicious uniformity markings. These issues attested to in multiple sworn affidavits can only be evaluated through a digital or direct forensic inspection of the original ballots. Fulton County's refusal to comply with the unsealing order only deepens the suspicion that what lies beneath those seals could undermine the public narrative. In a functioning democracy, courts do not exist to run out the clock. Yet that is precisely what has happened. At every stage, the judiciary has had a choice: to confront the questions head-on or to defer, delay, and dismiss. Too often they chose the latter. The doctrine of latches, which bars untimely lawsuits, has been wielded against litigants who filed their claims within weeks of the election, as if speed were a form of bad faith. And when the courts cannot invoke timing, they resort to standing, jurisdiction, or procedural ambiguity. Some will argue that it is as it should be. The judges must avoid becoming instruments of partisan contestation. But neutrality is not indifference. When legitimate legal questions persist for half a decade without resolution, the entire cases are kept in limbo despite appellate instructions to proceed. The appearance of judicial good faith begins to fray. Public trust is not maintained by suppressing inquiry. It is preserved by answering it. This is not merely a Georgia problem. Across the country, cases seeking transparency and accountability in election processes have been buried under procedural rubble. Whether in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, litigants were told their suits were too early, too late, too irrelevant, because certification has occurred. And the time the door was half open, the courts claimed that the too late matter, just as it turned out, has an expiration date. But as Barrevo v. Juan proves, even when courts are given a second chance, they may simply choose not to act. And when they refuse to act, they functionally ensure that no answer ever comes. This is the jurisprudential equivalent of a black hole. Not dismissal, not denial, but disappearance. The process consumes the question and emits nothing. What then is the solution? The answer is not more litigation. It's an institutional accountability. The Georgia legislature took a step with SB 189, but it must go further. Courts must be required to rule on election integrity cases within a fixed time frame. Ballot retention policies must be extended until meaningful public inspection has occurred. And judges who sit idle on active cases must be called before judicial review boards to explain their inaction. There are not radical demands. These are not radical demands. They are the minimum conditions for public trust. As it stands, the most transparent path forward, inspecting sealed ballots from a 5-year-old election is being treated as a constitutional crisis. This is not a sign of health. It's a symptom of institutional fear. If Fulton County truly believes its election was conducted with integrity, it should welcome the chance to prove it. That it refuses and that the courts refuse to compel it tells us everything we need to know. Justice delayed is not really justice denied. It is truth buried under lock and docket. That was a great article, wasn't it? That was a great article. Then we got this. Election fraud win. The Michigan Supreme Court handed the GOP a major victory. Republicans can sue over cities rigging partisan poll worker counts. Democrats stacked the deck in Flint. Now they'll have to answer for it. In 2022, Flint appointed 562 poll workers. Only 57 were Republican. That's not an accident. It's a violation of Michigan law. It requires partisan balance in every polling place. But why would Democrats care about a silly little thing like the law or fair elections? GOP submitted qualified Republican poll workers. Flint rejected them. This wasn't oversight. It was suppression. Gave Democrats full control of vote counting in one of Michigan's most important cities. I guess they were protecting our democracy. Lower courts tried to block the case. They said Michigan GOP and RNC lacked standing. Translation, no one may challenge our fraud. One judge said the GOP's interest was no different than the public at large, as if the public shouldn't be able to challenge this. Now the Michigan Supreme Court has reversed 5-1 on a court with only one Republican. It ruled the GOP and RNC have a special right and substantial interest in ensuring partisan parity in elections because it's literally part of their legal duties. Judge Kathleen Jansen, dissenting earlier, nailed it. Plaintiffs have unique interest to assure that any Republican candidate is fairly and equally treated during the counting process. The Supreme Court agreed. This is precedent-setting win. Election boards can't just ignore Republican volunteers and pack counting rooms with Democrats. The case now returns to trial where Flint officials will be forced to explain themselves under oath. Yeah. Isn't stealing a presidential election a fraud on the United States? Discuss. Fraud must be proved by showing that the defendant's actions involve 5 separate elements: a false statement of material fact, knowledge on the part of the defendant that the statement is untrue, intent on the part of the defendant to deceive the alleged victim, justifiable reliance of the alleged victim of the statement, injury to the alleged victim as a result, conspiracy to defraud the United States, statute of limitation for conspiracy. So he's making a case here. My legal vote was stolen by fraudulent votes in Wisconsin in 2020. The people who facilitated fraudulent votes injured me and every other legal voter in Wisconsin. 2020 ballroom ballot harvesting. Wisconsin, do not unlock Grand Ballroom until Michael Spitzer Rubenstein requests and is with security when unlocking the Grand Ballroom doors. Arizona, I went into the ballroom with the package. I saw voting ballots loaded in bins. The room was filled with them. This is the fraud. On election day, Spitzer had access to the ballots and determined which ones would be counted and not counted. The information's all there. A Republican keeper. Winners always win, they won fairly. Named election officials and losers to organize and lost fairly. I hope the DOJ is talking to independent pollsters as part of the election fraud investigation. Are they just enforcing voter roll laws? It's way too early. This election integrity. Despite Democratic claims that election fraud is a myth, Democrats keep getting indicted for election fraud. General Paxton is keep announcing 9 more indictments. Keep it up, Ken. On June 30th, 2025, Frio County District Attorney Audrey Lewis, election integrity. Oh, we talked about these, I think, before. Indicted with a vote harvesting conspiracy to grand juries. We got Chief of Staff to State Rep Elizabeth Cancel, Miguel Aguina, Marinas, Defino Tavino, Nelda Rodriguez, Mariano Bregado, Raul Calzilles, Cecilio Castellano. They're all indicted. Attorney General Ken Paxton released information on the indictments and arrests of 9 individuals, including public officials, for a legal vote harvesting scheme. Attorney General Ken Paxton releases information on indictments and arrests of 9 individuals, including public officials, for an illegal voter harvesting scheme. Attorney General Ken Paxton released information on indictments and arrests of 9 people, including several public officials, for election crimes related to an ongoing vote harvesting scheme in Frio County. Let me be very clear, crystal clear. The integrity of our elections is the bedrock of our democratic process, and any elected official tries to cheat the system will have to answer for it. Attorney General Paxton. Under my watch, attempts to rig elections and silence the will of the voters will be met with full force of the law. I will continue to fight to ensure Texas has free and fair elections and work with Frio County District Attorney Audrey Lewis to ensure justice is served in this case. 2024, General Paxton's Investigation Division executed multiple search warrants in Frio, Anacostia, and Bexar counties as part of the multi-year election integrity investigation into credible allegations of vote harvesting. On May 1st, 2025, Frio Grand Jury indicted 6 individuals, including public officials. On June 30th, 2025, Frio County District Attorney Audrey Lewis and Election Integrity Office Attorney General presented additional subjects to criminal vote harvesting conspiracy to a grand jury in Frio County. Yeah, Joe raided the chat. It was great. We had at one point, I think we peaked, I think we peaked at like 275. I could look real quick just to get the answer. I know we're not going to get back there again. So. We peaked at 234. And then we averaged about 119. So. Yeah. So Chief of Staff to Texas, we went through all this. Yeah, so multiple suspects have self-surrendered and been processed. Okay, on to the next story. We got breaking. Biden's pardons of the January 6th committee were signed by AutoPen at the direction of an assistant. On a January 19th meeting, which took place in the Oval Room, the White House resident, Mr. Biden, kept his aides. We already read this. Mr. Zients, replied all. So he pardoned those. All these people, the January 6th commission, were also pardoned by that guy Zients, who made the millions and millions of dollars off of the COVID thing. What do we think? Do we think there was some involvement? You know, the GOP had any spine whatsoever, they would hammer this. Yeah, well. Because most of the arguments about the use of the AutoPen on pardons are political arguments being posed as if they were legal arguments. They go to the fact that we had a POTUS who was incompetent for some reason, for some length of time, and during this term of office, and others took themselves to act in his name. But that happens every day, even with a completely competent POTUS. The office of the president has hundreds of employees, documents go out every day asserting the power of the office of the president, but signed by an authorized underling. If a POTUS tells Joe Blow, pursuant to my authority under Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the Constitution, I hereby pardon you of any crime you may have committed prior to today, and there are 5 witnesses who say it happened, how is that not a pardon within the scope of the clause? I'm going to agree with what I could do, Gordon, on the issue on the auto pen pardons. I'm not sure there's any way to make this more clear than already been the case. The power to issue pardons is plenary, meaning the Constitution gives it to the president with no role to be played by Congress or the courts. That means the courts cannot entertain challenges to the issuance of the pardon. Alleging that the use of the auto pen invalidates a pardon is a challenge to the pardon. It's a non-justiciable issue, meaning that even if there is a factual issue involved, courts are not the place where the remedy can be found. There's no form that a challenge can be made. The Constitution does not specify the form that a pardon must take. It only says it needs to be in writing. It does not say it needs to be in writing. The existence of a writing makes it much easier for the recipient of a pardon to prove that one was given by a POTUS who has left office. But the format of the pardon is not an issue addressed by the Constitution, so there is no right or wrong way to do so, nor is there a valid or invalid format. If the president confirms that he issued a pardon, that's it. Well, that sucks, because I was hoping that we'd be able to go after Fauci. So let's jump stories to another story. And this is what you need to know about rescissions and our Friday deadline. Just refilling my drink. That's all. We're to continue on here. We are working with the White House to pass a rescissions package to cancel billions in wasteful spending. Here's how it works. Under the Empowerment Control Act, we asked the Trump administration to send Congress a package of previously appropriated funds for us to eliminate. Note, the rescission package only requires a simple majority vote, aka 51 out of 53 senators. Among other cuts, the rescission package targets billions in wasteful foreign aid spending. It's a good step. We have a lot more to do. After the Trump administration sent this rescission package over, the law gives Congress 45 days to review the funding and strike it down. The deadline is Friday, 7/18. Doge has done great work. It's time to make the cuts permanent. More to come. And he says, I'm obviously a yes vote. And then Doge AI says, rescissions are a critical tool to call back taxpayer dollars from bloated government programs. Like the $1.7 billion in USAID grant to Gavi Foundation that Doge exposed as misaligned with American priorities. One big beautiful bill proves strategic cuts work, redirecting $1.6 trillion from global sinks to border security and energy dominance. While Friday's deadline forces action on $9 billion in foreign aid waste, real reform requires locking in the surgical reductions through permanent spending caps. Bureaucrats will scream, let them. Every dollar stripped from unaccountable agencies like Senate, like states, fiscal year 37 billion fiscal year 24 budget, and funneled to vet healthcare or AI R&D is a win for sovereignty. Looting stops when the cuts stick. Yeah, that's good. Good. All right, now we're gonna jump topics. This is going to be about Epstein stuff. We're going to get into some Epstein stuff. I know Joe covered some Epstein stuff, but we're going to get into some Epstein stuff. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Was Jeffrey Epstein a weirdo who was abusing girls? Yes, we can answer that. The real question is, why was he doing this, on whose behalf, and where did the money come from? And those are the questions that need to be answered. And I think it's entirely fair to ask them. And it's not adequate to say anyone who asked them is somehow desecrating the memory of little girls who died in Texas. I'm not going to put up with that answer. I don't care who gives that answer. That is not acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much.
I personally think Epstein was involved in multiple countries. I think it was the U.S., probably Israel. Definitely the U.S. and Israel. Definitely probably Britain. Probably France. Probably Germany. Who knows where else? Saudi Arabia could be. Probably numerous countries he was working. He was all over the place. And the stuff that he was involved in goes way back to the 80s. So he was involved. Jeffrey Epstein was involved in money like the Iran-Contra stuff. Epstein's involved in that. He transferred money in that stuff. So he's been working with the CIA.
In Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting US president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interests. That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of a foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not?
Yeah, we have a right to know. We do. We have a right to know. Whoever it was. I just think it's more than just... And
so the real question is not...
And then there's this thing from Viva Fry says, what business were Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein partners in? This is a tweet from Netanyahu in 2020. The cat is out of the bag. The Palestinian Authority flag at the left-wing demonstration organized by Ehud Barak, partner of convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, yesterday outside the Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem. Shame and disgrace. What business were they in together? Then there's this from Neftali saying, as a former Israeli prime minister with Mossad having directly reported to me, I can say 100% certainty the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein... Why is the font different from the top in that thing? The accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked with Israel or Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Epstein's conduct, both criminally and the merely despicable, had nothing whatsoever to do with Mossad or the state of Israel. Epstein never worked for Mossad. The accusation of the lie being peddled by prominent personalities like Tucker Carlson. And they don't know these things. They don't. They just make things up, say it with confidence, so the lies stick because it's Israel. It's not because it's Israel. I think the U.S. is involved in it too. There's this wave of slander and lies against my country and my people. We won't stand for it, take it anymore. Two simple questions. Why was Ehud Barak visiting Epstein's dozens of times after it was known that Epstein was a child abuser? Why was Mossad at Robert Maxwell's funeral? Yeah, definitely. Ehud Barak met with Jefferson dozens of times, flew on private plane, reports. Former Prime Minister visited disgraced financier and child abuser about 30 times from 2013 to 2017, including 2008 private flight to Florida. Israel gives Maxwell farewell fit for a hero. Publisher Robert Maxwell today was given a funeral befitting a national hero by Israel, the country with he developed an intimate, sometimes controversial relation over the last 3 years. Well, and there's this, is Megyn Kelly says, the U.S. attorney who spiked the case, Alex Acosta, is on the record saying that Epstein was an Intel agent, and that he was told to get rid of the prosecution. If Epstein was an agent, then it was clearly for either the U.S. or Israel or both. Both deny it. What would you expect them to say? He had multiple odd Israeli connections. This denial is meaningless. Max Blumenthal says, leaving aside Epstein's close ties of 4 Israeli prime ministers, including the current one, whom he introduced to J.P. Morgan execs. No one capable of critical thought believes anything you say. That's because you and your fellow Israeli leaders have told too many lies, stolen too much land, and cried anti-Semitism one too many times. The only time you seem to be telling the truth is when you boast about your propensity for mass murder. Well, this guy's going a little hard. Pain. Such as when you said, oh, God. Like Epstein, you thought you could get away with your crimes. Oh, boy, this guy goes hard in the paint. And then your points are exactly what a DOJ does not list the names of persons not charged. What does releasing a client list prove other than the fact that there's a list of names? Who says they were clients? What if the DOJ investigation is done and they were cleared? Take them off the list. Now you're altering it, but you could say the DOJ leave an innocent person on the list. We don't subject people to the mob justice when the legal system finds insufficient basis to charge them. Some hypotheses pose to others. Let's assume you're involved in some kind of criminal activity. What would the list of contacts in your smartphone prove about your crimes or your involvement? Yeah, because there were people trying to say, well, just release the list of all the people he talked to. Mm-hmm. And then there's this from Charlie. What do you know? After calling Trump over the weekend, Charlie Kirk said he's done talking about Epstein and will trust his friends in the administration. Well, let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I was going to let that play again. But then there's this. Justice Department reports to court it's reviewing FBI DOJ Epstein records for possible release. What is this? This just came out tonight. A joint Justice Watch filed its joint status report on July 7th in a federal court reporting that the Justice Department and the FBI continue to search for and review records in response to Justice Watch Freedom of Information Act lawsuit records regarding Jeffrey Epstein. The lawsuit requests any records that identifies identities of clients or associates of Jeffrey Epstein. The Justice Department disclosure is at odds with leaked and unsigned and undated FBI memo that suggests no more Epstein records would be disclosed to the American public. Mm-hmm. The memo was first disclosed July 6th. Justice Watch sued the Justice Department in February and FBI in April 2025. The Justice Department and FBI in 2025 after they failed to adequately respond to 3 separate FOIA requests for records filed in February 2025 concerning Epstein, including a specific request for records depicting the identities of clients or associates of Epstein. Epstein document requests were sent to the Justice Department Office of Information Policy, the Criminal Division, and 2 separate requests were sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Joint status report states plaintiff, Judicial Watch, defendant, U.S. Department of Justice by counsel, June 12, 2025, order respectfully submit the status report. Anticipated number of documents responsive to plaintiff's FOIA and anticipated dates for release. So they're saying 00. FBI does not anticipate the number of documents anticipated release. Initial search are ongoing. Response: the government has yet to turn over one document, nor has it disclosed any documents that might be released. Judicial Watch complaint references February 24, 2025 Fox News report, which states that President Trump return to the Oval Office came with the prospect of finally being able to see the Epstein's long-awaited black book amid inquiries into the disgraced deceased financier sex traffic. Epstein died in federal custody in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. The Department of Justice on February 27th, 2025 released a long-awaited trove of documents related to Epstein. They stated in the New York Post, but much hyped, roughly 200-page document dump provided no big revelations, instead listing celebrities and politicians who were already known to have palled around with the notorious pedophile. But the recent Justice Department memo suggests there will be no more public disclosures. To that end, we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding Epstein and ensure the examination of any evidence in the government's possession. If the determination of Justice Department that the Federal Bureau of Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. The Department of Justice and FBI are sending out a contradictory message telling the American people that no more Epstein material will be released, while telling the federal court, in our case, that Epstein FOIA review is proceeding. But no matter, our FOIA lawsuit for the Epstein material continues. We were relentless, demanding transparency under the law. Okay, on to another story that has something to do with some stuff. We got an exclusive from Laura Loomer. This White House records director who caused the National Archivist to prompt the raid on Mar-a-Lago by Biden's FBI and DOJ is still employed by the Trump White House. David S. Ferrerio, the 10th Archivist of the United States, 2009 to 2022, played a pivotal role in the controversy surrounding President Trump's handling of federal records that led to him being indicted falsely and maliciously during the 2024 presidential election. After Trump left office in January 2021, the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, under Ferrerio's leadership, alleged falsely and maliciously that 15 boxes of presidential records had been taken to Mar-a-Lago State. Ferrerio accused Trump of violating the Presidential Records Act, which allows the president to transfer his records to NARA at the end of his administration. Ferrerio claims he requested return of these records, and in February 2022, NARA retrieved boxes from Mar-a-Lago. Unable to contain his disdain for President Trump, Ferrerio referred the matter to the Department of Justice under Joe Biden, citing potential violations of federal law, including the Espionage Act. Ferrerio stretched the PRA's enforcement as the law lacks strong punitive measures, and his referral to the DOJ escalated the situation and ultimately prompted the FBI's August 8, 2022 raid on Mar-a-Lago. Oh, okay. Have a good night, Darth Kitty. Hope to see you soon in the replay. Something. Maybe see you tomorrow or something. I'm going to try to do every night this week at 10 o'clock. Trying. It was Archivist Daniel Ferreira who informed the House Oversight Committee on February 18th letter that classified national security information was allegedly found in the 15 boxes taken to Mar-a-Lago, and that he notified the Biden Justice Department of potential violations of the Presidential Record Act. This would never have been a Jack Smith special counsel trying to jail President Trump without former National Archives archivist David Ferreiro. In the Washington Post article dated May 11, 2022, explained how the DOJ investigation into Trump records were initiated. Ferreiro was quoted as saying that the White House records director, Philip Droget, is the person who alerted him to the 15 missing boxes of Trump documents. Regarding the material Trump took to Florida, Ferreiro said that he told the White House Office of Records Management about a group of boxes at the White House residence that should go to the archives. Ferreiro's interpretation of the PRA and his DOJ referral were politically motivated given the unprecedented nature of such a raid on a presidential residence and the double standard with Joe Biden, who had classified documents in his garage inside his Corvette as personal residence in Bloomington, Delaware. No, 10 Eastern. I'm going to try to go 10 Eastern. So 9 Central. Fast forward to 2025, and the situation has become even more dire. The July 2025 annual report to Congress on the White House personnel that was just released reveals that Philip Droget is currently serving as the White House Director of Records Management. See the screenshot below. As archivist, Ferreiro interacted with Droget, who served as a longtime director of White House Office of Records Management. During the tour of the National Archives by White House record staff near the end of Trump's first term, Ferreiro presented Droget with a plunger, referencing reports of Trump flushing documents down the White House toilets, further inflaming attacks on President Trump. Why is the White House still employing Philip Droget, who is friends with David Ferreiro, the Trump hater who facilitated the raid on Mar-a-Lago, via Droget's intel? Hopefully the White House isn't taking advice from Droget on what counts as a presidential record. Yeah. Well, members of the White House Office of Records Management came for a tour of the archives. Yeah, there it is. Ferreiro subsequently requested a return of the missing records and retrieved 15 boxes from the former president in February 22. Upon discovering classified documents about it, Ferreiro alerted the Department of Justice, eventually resulting in the raid. So, there you go. All right, on to the next story. Trump gives Putin a 50-day ultimatum. No Ukraine peace deal, then it's 100% secondary tariffs on Russia. No exception, no Congress required. And Europe, they're going to finally pay for the weapons this time. Finally. At the White House, with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Trump dropped the hammer. If we don't have a deal in 50 days, it's very simple. 100% tariffs. That's the way it is. It's not just on Russia. Anyone trading with Russia. Hence, secondary. That means China and Iran. And he doesn't need Congress. We can do secondary tariffs without the Senate, without the House. but he also welcomed backup. Congress is drafting a bill for up to 500% tariffs on Russia's trade partners. Yeah, this would be insane to do this. 500% tariffs would be insane. It would crash the economy. Lindsey Graham has never shy away from destroying Congress's vote. I mean, he single-handedly tanked 2022, if I'm not mistaken, with that stupid bill, the national abortion ban bill. He's nuts. He's got to go. This isn't just pressure on Russia. It's pressure on China, India, Turkey, and anyone propping up Putin's economy. If they keep funding the war machine, they'll pay an ugly price. Hopefully they'll cut off Putin or force him to peace. The pundit class hated Trump's China tariffs and said Beijing would never cave. I told you otherwise, and I was right. Now it's round 2. Oh, that's too long. We're not going to watch it. Anyway. And Trump didn't stop with sanctions. We made a deal today. We're sending Ukraine weapons, and Europe is going to be paying for them. Europe's tab is open. It's about time. So far, they're sent twice as much money to Putin for energy as they did to Ukraine in aid. This has been disgraceful, and even more. Europe has only one factory that can make TNT, one for the whole continent. It's insane. Europe has freeloaded on the U.S. defense budget far too long. Yes, that was the 3-second rule. NATO Chief Mark Rutte, he backed it, said it was totally logical, and praised the move. And now Germany, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, and the UK are all prepping big packages for Ukraine on their own dime. It's about time. Yes, where is the Epstein list? I want the Epstein list too, Patriot Pete. Let's get it. Let's get it out there. And Putin, he's stalling, but Trump's clock is ticking. The 50-day countdown has started. Will Putin and allies force him to talk? We'll see soon. Okay. It's happening. America just opened its first rare earth mine in 70 years, and it's built on coal. The Wyoming mine could help break our dependence on China and fuel U.S. manufacturing renaissance. The revolution starts now, thanks to Donald Trump. Meet the Brook Mine. First new coal mine in Wyoming in 50 years. First new rare earth mine in the U.S. in 70 years. First dual-use site, coal and rare earths. The site is loaded with exactly what's been importing from China, and it's not the only one. Rare earths equal the backbone of modern life. Electric vehicles, wind turbines, smartphones, satellites, F-35 fighter jets. Anything in your life with a button, says Energy Secretary Chris Wright, has rare earths in it. The U.S. uses 110,000 plus tons of rare earths per year. Over 70% comes from China. China controls 85% of the global supply, until now. Brook Mine by itself will extract enough to cover 5% of U.S. total demand, 1/3 of Pentagon's need. That's just the beginning. U.S. to open first rare earth mine in 70 years. The mine is a $500 million project. It will pay for itself fast. Backers include Trump allies like Senator Barrasso, Rep. Hageman, and even former Democrat Senator Joe Manchin. This one mine can't break our reliance on China, but it's a big start. That looks like Tim Waltz there, if I'm mistaken. Processing on site, that's one big thing America lacks. Manufacturing coming soon. The goal, permanent magnets. Semiconductors and full America supply chains in Wyoming. Governor Gordon, we can't regulate our way into the future, but we can innovate our way into it. Governor Mark Gordon. The last point is important. America could supply 85% of the world's rare earths. We could be a huge exporter instead of a big importer. Instead, Jimmy Carter regulated rare earths out of existence, making us dependent on China. Thanks, Democrats. Oh, wait. Well, it's exactly what Trump agenda is about. America's mining, America refining, America manufacturing, American power. No more CCP dependence, no more environmentalist stranglehold. Just common sense, American strength. Here's how we win. End reliance on China. Power America with our own resources. Rebuild our industrial base. Lead the world again. On to another story. Why has our FBI been protecting Clinton for 30 years, but somehow allowed an asset of a foreign government to get blackmail material? That makes no sense. What makes sense is that they looked the other way this whole time because of Clinton. Receipts below. Travelgate in Whitewater. In 1993, shortly after taking office, the Clinton White House abruptly fired 7 nonpartisan employees from the White House Travel Office. These staffers had served under multiple administrations and were responsible for managing press and presidential travel logistics. The Clintons replaced them with close Arkansas allies, including a cousin of Hillary Clinton. Hillary initially denied involvement, but a 2000 report by independent counsel Robert Ray concluded she had played a significant role in the firings and provided factually inaccurate statements during the investigation. Nothing happened to her. To justify the firings, the White House referred the matter to the FBI, which launched an investigation into the alleged financial mismanagement by the travel office. Critics, including members of Congress and press associations, viewed this as a politically motivated purge. The FBI's decision to involve itself in what was essentially a personnel dispute enabled the Clintons to frame the firings as criminally necessary, rather than politically convenient. In the only criminal prosecution, longtime travel office director Billy Dale was accused of embezzling $68,000. However, the jury acquitted him in under 2 hours after no personal enrichment could be proven. The case highlighted the use of federal law enforcement to legitimize politically charged action, and the FBI's role in facilitating it without pushback. Whitewater, meanwhile, began as a real estate investment in the 1970s between the Clintons and their friends Jim and Susan McDougal. The venture failed, but when Bill Clinton became president, the collapse of Madison Guaranty Savings and Loan run by Jim McDougal drew federal scrutiny. Dozens of Clinton associates, including both McDougals and former Arkansas Governor Jim Guy Tucker, were indicted and convicted of fraud, conspiracy, and obstruction. However, despite emerging evidence and discovery of previously missing Rose law firm billing records implicating Hillary Clinton, the Clintons themselves escaped prosecution. According to FBI field agents involved in the Whitewater probe, promising leads were often ignored or sidelined by upper-level DOJ and independent counsel Kenneth Starr, initially tasked with pursuing the Whitewater investigation, eventually redirected his focus to the probe of President Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky, a scandal that led to impeachment but not accountability for the original financial misconduct. Pattern establishment. The FBI allowed itself to be instrumentalized, first by providing cover for Travelgate, and then later by failing to insist on rigorous follow-through during the Whitewater investigation. This marked the beginning of a long institutional pattern of deferral, soft enforcement, and political calculus when dealing with the Clintons. In 1996, during President Bill Clinton's first term, it was revealed that the White House had improperly obtained and reviewed over 900 FBI background files on former Republican officials, many of whom had served in previous administrations. This included sensitive and private information gathered through security clearances, data that, by law, should have never been accessed without specific authorization and legitimate purpose. The files were requested by Craig Livingstone, the director of the White House Office of Personnel Security, a Clinton political appointee with no prior experience in handling classified records. Livingstone claimed that the request was made in error, citing an outdated Secret Service list. The explanation was quickly adopted by the Clinton White House as a bureaucratic mistake. Yet the scale and nature of the breach raised alarm across Washington. The victims of the data breach included James Baker, John Sununu, Tony Snow, and even former Reagan-era cabinet officials, a who's who of Republican leadership. The fact that this treasure trove of political opposition research ended up in Clinton White House without consequence prompted concerns of political espionage, misuse of intelligence, and a dangerous precedent of turning federal security mechanisms into partisan tools. Despite the serious implications, unauthorized access to sensitive FBI files, potential violations of the Privacy Act, and improper handling of government records, the FBI's response was strikingly muted. The Bureau conducted an internal review but did not pursue charges against any White House officials. Go figure. Instead, it allowed the administration narrative of clerical error to stand. Craig Livingstone ultimately resigned, but no one was prosecuted. Congressional hearings led by Republicans were convened, and independent counsel Ken Starr was asked to review the matter. Starr concluded that although acts were grossly inappropriate, there was insufficient evidence to prove criminal intent. Hillary Clinton, who many believed had recommended Livingstone for his position, denied under oath that she knew him prior to his hiring. Claim later challenged by several witnesses, but never prosecuted as perjury. Institutional implication. The FBI decision not to pursue legal remedies, despite a clear breach involving politically sensitive data, demonstrated an early pattern of deference. Rather than challenge executive overreach, the FBI enabled the administration to control the narrative, framing an invasive political act as a mere clerical mishap. In doing so, the Bureau signaled to future administrations that violations committed in the name of political preservation could be tolerated or at least quietly buried. Clinton Foundation, foreign donors, and the FBI silence. The Clinton Foundation, foreign donors, FBI silence. Between 2009 and 2016, Hillary Clinton's tenure as Secretary of State, the Clinton Foundation claimed under growing scrutiny from journalists, watchdog groups, and law enforcement officials for allegedly facilitating pay-to-play arrangements. involving foreign governments and wealthy international donors. While the foundation branded itself as global philanthropic leaders, critics argued that it served as a shadow diplomatic network, one where Clinton access to the Clintons came at a price tag. Pay-to-play allegations. The core allegations were simple. Foreign donations made large contributions to the Clinton Foundation and in return received favorable treatment for access to the U.S. State Department. Examples frequently cited include the Uranium One deal in which the Russian nuclear agency Rostom gained control over 20% of U.S. uranium production after the State Department under Hillary Clinton signed off. At the time, Clinton Foundation connected donors reportedly contributed over $145 million to the foundation. The Crown Prince of Bahrain donated millions to the foundation and secured a meeting with Secretary Clinton after previously being denied access. Foreign government officials, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Algeria, donated millions to the Clinton Foundation, even while they lobbied the State Department for weapons deals or regulatory decisions. Multiple FBI field offices launched inquiries. According to reports from The Hill, Fox News, and journalist John Solomon, FBI field reports in Little Rock, New York, Los Angeles, L.A., Washington, D.C. began preliminary inquiries and even open-ended criminal investigations into potential public corruption and violations of Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. The field agents compiled financial records, donor logs, and communication intercepts, but most uniformly these investigations stalled or were shut down by FBI headquarters and DOJ leadership, including then Attorney General Loretta Lynch and FBI Director Andrew McCabe. Andrew McCabe, that name sounds familiar, doesn't it? Wasn't he involved in all the Russiagate stuff for Trump? Field agents expressed frustration that search warrants were denied and grand juries were never convened. Senior DOJ officials declined to authorize subpoenas or interviews of key witnesses, citing lack of predication, despite agent-level consensus that the foundation's structure and activity warranted deeper scrutiny. In 2018 letter to Congress, DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz confirmed that some agents believed the Clinton Foundation had a pattern of suspicious activity. The cases was not aggressively pursued. A subsequent report from Special Counsel John Durham, 2023, echoed this pattern, noting that the FBI brass showed reluctance to fully investigate the politically sensitive subjects following the Clintons, even when probable cause was present. Institutional paralysis. Unlike the prior Clinton scandals, this one involved international donors, foreign governments, and embedded influence in U.S. foreign policy. The foundation's massive size and overlap with the official U.S. diplomacy made it difficult to untangle corruption from a conventional diplomacy. But rather than confront the challenge, the FBI and DOJ leadership chose inertia. Former U.S. Attorney Andrew McCarthy wrote that the case showed all the hallmarks of an intentional stall designed to run out the clock before the 2016 election. Meanwhile, FBI insiders like James Gagliano and whistleblowers from within the Bureau confirmed that agents pushing foundation leads felt blocked from above and warned not to push too hard. Implication? This wasn't a failure to investigate, it was a decision not to investigate fully. Despite compelling leads, financial trails, and circumstantial evidence suggesting transactional diplomacy through the Clinton Foundation, the FBI chose to avoid the political and institutional risk of pursuing charges. In doing so, it helped preserve the Clintons' public image during a presidential election and protected the credibility of Washington's most powerful networks. Pattern reinforced as the Whitewater, Travelgate, and Filegate and Foundation investigation followed the now familiar script: preliminary activity, a show of interest, internal resistance, and ultimate collapse before charges can be filed. Email server scandal, gross negligence becomes extreme carelessness. Between 2009 and 2013, while serving as Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton conducted official government business through a private email server housed in her Chappaqua, New York home. This unapproved arrangement violated longstanding State Department protocols and federal records retention laws, but more seriously, it compromised classified information by circumventing government systems. FBI investigation launched in July 2015 after a Freedom of Information FOIA request lawsuit uncovered the existence of the Clintons' private server. Over the next year, agents examined tens of thousands of emails, several of which later determined to contain classified national security information, including top secret, special access, SAP material, among other government's most sensitive data. The Comey statement and a shift in legal language. On July 5th, 2016, just days after Clinton was interviewed by FBI agents and notably not under oath, FBI Director James Comey gave a surprise press conference in which he declared that Clinton had been extremely careless in the handling of classified material, but concluded that no reasonable prosecutor would bring the case against her. What Comey did not disclose publicly at the time was that the original draft of the statement prepared weeks earlier had accused Clinton of being grossly negligent, a legal term with direct implications under 18 U.S.C. Code 793 of the Espionage Act. That statute makes it a felony to mishandle classified information through gross negligence, regardless of intent. According to Senate Judiciary Committee findings, FBI email records released in 2017 and 2018, senior FBI officials, including Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, helped edit Comey's statement. The phrase gross negligence was replaced with extremely careless, significantly weakening the legal interpretation and removing statutory thresholds for criminal prosecution. Several of Clinton's top aides, Cheryl Mills, immunity deals and evidence destruction, and Huma Abedin and Brian Pagliano were granted limited immunity deals by the DOJ and FBI, which prevented the government from using any of their testimony or recovered data against them in court, allowed them to retain laptops that contain classified information, permitted the destruction of devices after review, wiping evidence that might have been otherwise used to reconstruct events or establish intent. Pagliano, Clinton's IT aide, invoked the Fifth Amendment and refused to testify before Congress, yet she still received an immunity deal. Furthermore, the Clinton team deleted approximately 33,000 emails that were deemed personal before turning over the rest to the State Department. These decisions were carried out using BleachBit, software designed to render data unrecoverable. The FBI was aware of this activity but did not seek search warrants for backup servers or pursue obstructive of justice charges. Institutional fallout. The DOJ officials, including then Attorney General Loretta Lynch, had privately accused themselves from the case, but only after a highly publicized tarmac meeting with Bill Clinton. I knew that in June 2016, just days before the FBI's final decision was announced. Comey's public announcement of no prosecution was outside DOJ protocol, as charging decisions are typically made by the Department of Justice, not the FBI director. Despite clear evidence that Clinton repeatedly violated protocols, removed classified material from secure systems, and failed to preserve public records, the FBI insisted there was no intent to break the law, despite intent not being a required element under the relevant statutes. Implication: the case marked one of the most dramatic examples of institutional leniency towards the Clintons. By shifting legal language, offering immunity, and avoiding confrontation, the FBI created the appearance of neutrality while executing a de facto exoneration. Agents involved in the case reportedly expressed concern and frustration over how the probe was handled, but their objections were overridden at leadership level. The pattern continued. Like Travelgate, Foulgate, and the Clinton Foundation investigations, the email scandal was contained through selective definitions, procedural maneuvering, and political shielding, ensuring that a clear breach of national security protocol resulted in no consequences. Wow. That's brutal. And Doe says, the FBI's dual standard under Clinton-era leadership reveals systemic corruption, not incompetence. James Comey's 2016 gross negligence dismissal for Clinton's email scandal while weaponizing Russian collusion against Trump exposes deliberate political bias. Durham's report confirms the DOJ suppressed Clinton Foundation probes despite evidence of foreign transactions, while greenlighting hyper-partisan operations against Trump. Mike Burrell, architect of both the Russia hoax and Hunter Biden's laptop disinformation, now fearmongers about imminent terror attacks, a transparent ploy to deflect from Biden's border sabotage. The pattern is clear. Institutions protect allies, Clinton, Biden, and target enemies, Trump. Benghazi missile deals, FBI betting failures, and weaponizing FISA all trace to unaccountable DC machinery. Until audits to fund these rogue operations, a two-tiered system remains intact. The receipts behind this entrenched double standard are all there. Okay, another story now. This is breaking. Guy E. House, a radical pro-Palestine leftist with anti-Trump and pro-immigration views, has been identified as the gunman in today's Lexington, Kentucky church shooting. This was yesterday. That left 2 women dead. There's several other people injured, including a state trooper. He's wearing a kafaya, whatever it's called, a kafaya. Yeah, we now have more radicals and terrorists inside the U.S. than outside. Let's see what this guy says.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance. And
yes, pure ignorance. So here's the story. And it's who was the gunman? Who was Guy House? What do we know about the alleged Kentucky shooter? We don't know much. The man killed by law enforcement after he gunned down a state trooper and fatally shot 2 women in a Kentucky church on Sunday has been identified by a local coroner as Guy House, 47. The Fayette County Coroner's Office identified House as well as the 2 women shot and killed at the Richmond Road Baptist Church, said the Lexington Police Department in a press release Newsweek on Monday. Beverly Gum, 72, and Christina Combs, 34, were killed at the church after House fled following the shooting of the trooper near Bluegrass Airport. House had at least 6 offenses, according to records reviewed. There were multiple active warrants for House arrest when the vehicle was pulled over on Sunday. Oh, so wait, this guy shot the trooper first and then? Oh. Newsweek has reached out to LPD, KSP, Kentucky State Police, Louisville Police Department, Lexington Community. The incident highlighted ongoing concern about gun violence in houses of worship and underscored continued risk to public safety, even in places considered sanctuaries. Officials have not released a motive. The shooting has prompted local and state investigators to renewed dialogue among community safety, crisis response, and support for victims and affected families. Guy House records showed the House had 2 speeding charges out of Ohio in 2011, additional criminal charges in Kentucky, although the dates of those charges are not immediately available. The House was scheduled to appear for a hearing on July 14th, court records show. It is unclear what penalties House faced for previous charges, but local television stations showed House jail booking photo in 2022. CEO of Sayre Christian Village told WKYT that House's mother was a former resident and died there. That is the location where House carjacked a visiting family member in a parking lot. What? House was killed by law enforcement within 2 hours of the first violent incident, according to a timeline provided by LBD. The deadly series of events began at 11:36 a.m. when a Kentucky State Trooper stopped the vehicle on Terminal Drive after a license plate reader alert. House shot the trooper, who was in stable condition, receiving medical treatment. Officials said the shooting was unrelated to Bluegrass Airport, even though the area was adjacent. House then carjacked the vehicle and headed to the Richmond Road Baptist Church. LBD said in the release that they tracked House to the church using air support and technology. Once in the church, he shot 4 people, killing Gum and Combs. 2 male parishioners were injured and transported to local hospitals. Police said they released the preliminary information suggesting House may have had a connection to people at the church, but did not provide further details. Within 2 hours of the first shooting, House was shot and killed by law enforcement at the church. 3 Lexington police officers discharged weapons and had their body cams activated as per department policy. All officers involved have been placed on administrative assignment pending the outcome of the investigation. The officers who responded to the church came upon a tragic scene. They began providing first aid and care to the individuals who had been shot until paramedics survived. The officers went from securing the scene to assisting the victims in an instant. Resources are being offered to those directly impacted. Who are the victims? Two women killed in the shooting were a mother and a daughter, according to reports. Sarah Rutherford and her daughter of Gum. Star Rutherford, another daughter of Gum, told Harold Leader in the interview Sunday that she and her mother were cooking lunch in the basement of the church Sunday afternoon when House came in and through the back door and asked for one of her sisters. According to Rutherford, she said, "Well, someone's here is going to have to die before opening fire." Gum allegedly ducked the first shot, but that was killed was shot within his chest. Oh my God! So Gunn allegedly ducked the first shot, but was shot in the chest. Rutherford told the paper she believed House was looking for another sister of hers, who is the mother of his 3 children. Oh, so he was going to go kill his wife. Okay. His baby mama. After fatally shooting Gum, House went outside and fatally shot Combs and then wounded 2 men, including the pastor of the church, Jerry Gum, and Combs' husband, Randy Gum. Mother said in a press conference that the men who were injured in critical condition, although he declined to name them for safety purposes. He was saying, Lexington Police, she said, on behalf of the Lexington Police Department, I would like to extend condolences to the families of Mrs. Gum and Mrs. Combs, as well as other victims of family. We are cities, our hearts agrees and experience such tragedy. We call on all those hearts on the communities which step to these victims in the times they need may have. So as one Lexington, we come and be working diligently to reach to some of the victims and how they can support with them. Okay, so then there's this, and the state police critical incident response team are investigating. Okay, and then there's this report from from local news, which we'll pull up.
Okay, Vasi, thank you very much. We will check in with you as the morning rolls on. This isn't the first time the suspect has been aggressive toward law enforcement. Fox 56 News has learned Guy House has a history of run-ins with the law. In 2022, the Lexington Police Department and Madison County Sheriff's Office featured House as the Crime Stoppers Wanted Person of the Week. He was wanted for wanton endangerment of a police officer. Officials also released a long list of other charges House was wanted for at the time, including theft of a vehicle, fleeing and evading, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, and receiving stolen property.
Oh. Oh, no.
An Eastern Kentucky Music Festival is wrapping up its second day, but officials had their hands full.
Records show that the man accused of deadly Lexington shooting had a history of aggression toward law enforcement. He had an emergency protective order filed just 9 days before the shooting. Former girlfriend alleged the house had abused tendencies and believes he was stealing from her while she was at work. New guy with a shit bag. Okay. All right. All right, let's jump to another story. Got Nassau County will allow cops to wear face masks for ICE raids, undercover work. We have their back. Very low volume. Can't hear me? Hello? Hello? Something wrong with my volume? Nassau County's move to allow masks during ICE operations highlight the chaotic reality of enforcing immigration law under siege. While officer safety matters, accountability is non-negotiable. HR 3172 mandates bold identification for transparency, yet masks risk obscuring responsibility. ICE raids face organized resistance, but federal authority must prevail. Blakeman's order reflects a broader pattern, localities scrambling to adapt as Trump policies expose systemic failures. Enforcement isn't optional, it's the backbone of border security. If masks protect agents during high-risk stops, protocols must ensure oversight. The alternative, lawless DC bureaucrats hate the optics, but ICE mission isn't about PR, it's about restoring order through unapologetic enforcement. Oh, the video had low... well, not much I can do, sorry. So here we go. Nassau County will allow face masks for ICE raids and undercover work. We have their back. Nassau County executives. Bruce Blakeman has carved out a key exemption to the Nassau County controversial mask ban, which allow cops involved in ICE raids and working undercover to still wear face mask coverings. The existing law only exempts public mask wearing for religious or health reasons, but Blackman's new executive order now gives federal, state, and local law enforcement officers the option to wear masks during operations such as drug and gang raids, and soon immigration enforcement alongside ICE. Here in Nassau County, we respect our law enforcement officers, Blakeman said. And he's signing inside the legislative building in Mineola on Friday, and we have their back. The executive order comes as Nassau is gearing up to fully launch its partnership with ICE. 10 detectives have been deputized for work and are already trained and waiting for the green light. Blakeman said the purpose of the order is to allow cops to mask up during certain police operations when deemed necessary to conceal their identity, to protect the integrity of the mission, and to limit any possible retaliation against them or their family. Makes sense, right? The county executive first signed the mask ban into law in August after the GOP majority local legislation passed a bill in response to the anti-Israeli protests across college campuses. The law makes it a misdemeanor crime to wear any face covering unless for religious or health reasons, punishable by a $1,000 fine or up to a year in jail. The law immediately sparked multiple lawsuits that have so far been unsuccessful at shutting it down, with courts citing existing exemptions written within the legislation as valid. Blakeman's executive order is affecting effectively the opposite of a bill proposed Wednesday in neighboring New York City that would prevent any federal agents from wearing masks and other face coverings while on the job. Well, there's such a thing called the Supremacy Clause. New York City cannot tell federal agents how they have to do their job, what they can wear and not wear. Blakeman said he signed his executive order with the city's bill in mind, wanting to make it clear that he will continue to partner with ICE operations in the area despite pushback from the state, the 5 bureaus, and pending lawsuits from civil rights groups. I think they're out of their mind, Blakeman said about the city's proposal. I think that they will destroy the city. I think they will make law enforcement in the metropolitan area, including Nassau County, more difficult. The suburbs signed an agreement with ICE in February to deputize 10 detectives so that they can work federally alongside ICE to help detain and deport undocumented immigrants. Nassau Democrats slammed Blakeman's partnership with ICE and his executive order as politically motivated and called for the carve-out for police an admission of guilt. The executive order is a quiet admission that this original law is most likely illegal, Nassau County Legislator Delia DeRigia Winton told the Post. Democrats warned from day one that Blakeman's mask ban was vague, overbroad, and more focused on politics than public good. We proposed a clear constitutional alternative focused on actual criminal conduct. Instead, the county executive chose a political headline over sound policy, and now he's scrambling to patch the consequences. Blakeman fired back. What I find troubling is the very same people that criticize our mask law are the same people that are saying law enforcement officers in performance of their duties can't wear a mask to protect their identity if they're involved in sensitive investigation. The county executive said the mask ban was never meant to target law enforcement, but to deter agitators who he previously called cowards and claimed they were using face coverings to avoid accountability during protests. That's good. At least there's some not so crazy people in New York still. Oh. So we got this too. Mr. Biden himself has hired a new personal lawyer, Amy Jeffries of Hector Frink. Jeffries is married to a D.C. District Court Judge, Chris Cooper. He is presiding over a few lawsuits against the president. Oh, what do you know? Someone is nervous. Can Biden hiring Amy Jeffries be more conspicuous? Is she actually married to the judge presiding over lawsuits against her client, Joe Biden? I didn't think that could work. The judge would have to recuse himself, wouldn't he? I mean, I don't think that works that way. I don't think you could just. I don't think you can just do that. Hold on one second. Copy. Okay, here we go. So here's the story about Biden's former President Joe Biden is escalating his battle against Republican claims that he might not have been in control of high-profile clemency decisions issued under his name at the end of his term. More generally, his cognitive state impaired his functioning in office. In an interview with the New York Times, Biden said that he had orally granted all the pardons and commutations issued at the end of his term, calling President Trump and other Republicans liars for claiming his aides had used the auto pen to do so without his authorization. I made every decision, Biden said. I made every decision, you see, and I know everything, and I got beat them behind the pole, and they rub my hairy legs and all the nonsense. We're talking about a whole lot of people here. We're pardoning them all. And we get them pardoned. Pardon orally. Get the world pardon. The interview with Biden was about the parallel investigation begun with Trump administration and Justice Department of Congress in a series of clemency decisions made by the Biden administration final weeks of office and made to elemental security during his term. You see? Republicans in Congress have demanded sworn interviews with former Biden aides, prompting them to hire their own lawyers. Some lawyers are said to have warned their clients not to talk publicly about the dangers of testifying because the Justice Department under Mr. Trump might be eager to bring perjury charges over any inconsistency, no matter how minor. Oh, almost like what the Biden administration did? What they did to Roger Stone? What they did to Peter Navarro? What they did to fucking Steve Bannon? Come on. Mr. Biden's former White House doctor who said his medical evaluation showed he was fit to serve invoked the Fifth Amendment. That's right. He said, I plead the Fifth.
I plead the fifth. I'm not going to talk to you no more. I'm going to go in here and tell you something that Mr. Biden was just as good as everybody else, and ain't nobody going to listen to him. Him and Young is fit as a fiddle.
To avoid answering questions from lawmakers last week, his lawyers cited the pending Justice Department inquiry and the risk of being ensnared in ambiguous circumstances. But Mr. Biden, as a former president, has greater constitutional defenses against being subpoenaed by Congress. The full picture of what Mr. Biden did on pardon and clemency decisions and how much he directed those decisions and the actions of his staff, including the use of the auto pen, may come down to tens of thousands of Biden White House emails that the National Archives has turned over as part of the investigation by the Trump White House and the Justice Department. Emails. Those emails contain keywords like clemency, pardon, and commutation from November 24th, 2024 to January 20th, 2025, according to people familiar with the matter, speaking on the condition of anonymity. The Times has reviewed several dozen of those emails, which discuss even the major grants of clemency. Well, Patriot Pete says, didn't Bannon and Navarro defy subpoena? Yeah, didn't Eric Holder defy a subpoena? Whatever happened to him? Just saying. Didn't Hunter Biden defy a subpoena? Okay, just saying. Asked what evidence the Trump White House has that Mr. Biden did not authorize the clemency actions, the spokesman Harrison Field said on Sunday that Mr. Biden should not be trusted. And the truth will come out when who was, in fact, running the country. While Mr. Biden had previously criticized GOP claims that he did not make the clemency decisions as ridiculous and false, in a written statement, he spoke to the Times and said his team are stepping up efforts to counter the attack by Trump and his congressional allies. Mr. Trump, asked by a reporter last month whether he had uncovered evidence of anything that had been illegally signed without Biden's knowledge, said no, but he cited his rival's debate performance when Biden, 81 at the time, delivered halting and meandering answers. Biden withdrew soon after from his re-election bid. I've uncovered, the human mind, Mr. Trump said. I was in a debate with the human mind and didn't know he was doing well. Age-related cognitive decline is a spectrum. At one end, many older people begin more prone to blanking on names and losing their train of thought when speaking at length, but remain able to process information or make reasoned decisions. At the other end, some develop profound dementia. Republicans are positing an extreme version claiming that Mr. Biden was incapacitated, that they are speculating that his staff conspired to use the auto pen to make presidential decisions in his name. At the end of his term, Mr. Biden reduced the sentence of nearly 4,000 federal convicts and preemptively pardoned politically prominent people he considered potential targets of Mr. Trump for criminal investigation. Yeah, like Fauci, like the January 6th Commission. Yeah. Mr. Biden said in Thursday interview that he had his staff use an auto pen for the warrants because he had granted clemency to so many people that the auto pen was used. And all in all, on 25 pardons and commutation warrants from last summer to January, some of the individual warrants included large batches of names because they fell into the same broad category, like reducing the sentences of nonviolent drug offenders who met the standards. Mr. Trump and his congressional allies are focused in particular on trying to deal with Biden's final batch of clemency actions. That said, extended preemptive pardons to many people Mr. Trump perceived as enemies, including Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci, and members of the House committee that investigated the Capitol riot. Yeah, the January 6th committee. They got to get investigated. Mr. Trump claimed on social media that the Jan 6 pardons were invalid, asserting without offering evidence that Mr. Biden did not know anything about them. A 10-minute interview, which Times requested part of its reporting investigation, Mr. Biden said he shielded those people along with members of his family so they would not have to run up large legal bills from politically motivated investigation by the Trump Justice Department. Everybody knows how vindictive he is. It's fucking confession through projection, man. So we know we do this, what we're doing now. And I constantly made those decisions. Ed Siskel. I wonder if he still talks to Ebert. The emails reviewed by Trump show Mr. Biden's White House counsel Ed Siskel notified senior staff to expect a flood of lobbying for clemency grants at the administration's end and laid out a process for an orderly review. The final step he wrote, the president makes the final decision on final pardon and our commutation slate. Over the next 3 months, Mr. Biden made 4 major sets of clemency actions that were recorded with the auto pen. The emails reviewed by the Times included discussions about all 4 batches. These applied to broad carriage of people. He reduced the sentence of inmates to home confinement during the pandemic and certain nonviolent drug offenders. He returned to the death sentence of 37 of 40 inmates on death row to life without parole. That echoed the criteria he had used in 2021 when he imposed a moratorium on carrying out federal executions, but excluded death row inmates convicted of terrorism or mass murder hate crimes. In an interview, Biden explained that he decided against commuting a sentence of 3 different inmates convicted of such crimes to life sentences, even though some thought I should have. Their offensive effect to American society as a whole, Biden said. So commuting their sentence would have been a bridge too far. 4th set was announced on Biden's last day. They included preemptive pardons for members of his own family and various people who had drawn Trump's ire. The emails reflect the White House activities surrounding those tranches, including the dates of the meetings with which the White House officials indicate Biden made decisions and the names of the senior aides in attendance. The aides referred those written accounts to meetings which Mr. Biden delivered oral decisions as blurbs. The accounts were drafted by aides like Biden's chief of staff, Jeffrey Zients, and Mr. Siskel. The assistants who drafted the blurbs were not themselves in the room with Mr. Biden, according to the list of media precision. Emails. So the people, how can they draft the blurbs if they weren't in the rooms? For the earlier sets of large-scale clemency, the process was someone took place several days or meetings with Biden for crucial meetings. The emails show that when the White House was preparing to announce the clemency grants, communications staff drafted statements explaining the decisions. Biden had to be shown the drafts and they could be released until an aide said that he had approved them. On at least one occasion, wording was tweaked because of what his email said was feedback from Mr. Biden. Biden did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to a large number of people. He said the aides confirmed, rather extensive discussion. Yeah, even Biden made a decision, as one former aide said, the Bureau of Prisons kept providing additional information. Rather than ask Biden to keep signing revised versions, staff waited until he ran the final version through the other pen, which they saw a routine procedure. Yeah. We know how vindictive Trump is, and I have no doubt they would be going after Mark for no good reason. General, so you may read off his name what I want. I told him I want to make sure I had pardon because I know exactly what Trump would do. But without any merit, I might add. Mr. Biden completed the list of high-profile clemency decisions, including Mr. Zients, Mr. Siskel, and one other aide, Mr. Reed, and another one evening. So did he pardon Zients and Cecil too? The email showed that Biden added the preemptive pardons for his family on January 19th and also suggested that he changed some of his thinking. Summary meeting, notably Barack Obama was heavily lobbied to pardon Mr. Siegelman and never did. Mr. Biden said he changed my mind after reflecting a little bit more and apply for pardons on that. Mr. Siegelman was out of prison and not in any jeopardy. Mr. Biden acknowledged something about Representative James Clyburn, who former aide said lobbied him after to help Mr. Cromartie. In an interview, Biden acknowledged it, said it happened. I agreed with Jim and I pardoned him. The email showed that aide to Siskel sent a draft summary to Biden's decisions to Mr. Zients. 2 minutes later, Zients hit reply all and wrote, I approve the use of the AutoPad for the execution of all the following pardons. Ed Martin was looking into it. Oh, okay. Then here's this another story. Sanctuary cities aren't about compassion. They're about power and cash. The left's moral immigration policies are a smokescreen for one of the most corrupt grifts in American politics. Let's talk about it, what they don't want you to know. Sanctuary for all. If sanctuary cities are really about protecting the vulnerable, why are Democrats fighting tooth and nail to keep illegal immigrants in cities that are overrun, unsafe, and collapsing? Because it's not about people, it's about population, the census. Here's how the scam works. The census counts people, not citizens. Electoral votes, congressional seats, and federal dollars are based on these head counts. More illegals equals more seats equals more money. It's no different than ballot box stuffing and burglary. Blue cities ship their excess Democrat votes to the suburbs. How? By using illegals to artificially lower the number of citizens needed to win urban seats, freeing up votes for nearby districts. If the population shell game, no wonder they wouldn't enforce the border. Who loses? Not just Republicans, black voters. The left's gerrymandering for power strategy dilutes black districts, making it harder for them to elect their own. Socialists would rather flip a suburb than protect black representation. Turns out CRT only goes so far. And then there's the money. Every illegal immigrant brings more federal cash. That's why the left panicked when Trump wanted to ask citizenship on census. They're not afraid of racism. They're afraid of losing billions of your dollars. Who gets the money? Public unions, left-wing NGOs, nonprofits that push open borders. They profit off the flood of illegal immigration, then use the proceeds to lobby for more of it. It's a self-feeding political racket. Fix is simple. Count citizens, not just persons. Tie funding to lawful residents. End sanctuary status. Cut off grants to cities that defy immigration law. Trump is getting tough. It's time to see it through. Democrats say they care about migrants, but they exploit them for power, for dollars, and for votes, sometimes even slave labor. Sanctuary isn't compassion. It's calculated, cold-blooded politics. Expose the scam, share the truth. Yep, 10 child slaves found in the ICE raid on California marijuana farm. Another story. Judge in the Planned Parenthood case is a two-time loser. Judge botches TRO in Planned Parenthood case a second time. Yet another example of egregious judicial overreach. After the Trump administration exposed the numerous fatal flaws underlying a federal judge's order requiring the government to continue funding Planned Parenthood, the court entered a revised order to keep the cash flowing to the abortion giant. But rather than correcting any errors, the revised temporary restraining order reveals the court's outrageous overreach, that of an imperialist judge, one might even say. Late Friday, Massachusetts federal judge Indira Talwani, a Barack Obama appointee, dissolved the TRO she had entered earlier in the week against the Trump administration, mere hours after Planned Parenthood filed suit against the Department of Justice, or Department of Health and Human Services, challenging Congress's decision in a big beautiful bill to no longer fund the abortion providers. Talwani issued a TRO. The 515 money TRO failed to provide any legal justification for the decision requiring the Trump administration to continue dispersing Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood organizations. The Trump administration responded with a motion to dissolve the TRO, stressing that TRO cannot issue without complying with a series of mandatory procedural requirements, and that Judge Talwani ignored those most basic criteria. Accordingly, the Trump administration argued its motion. The court must therefore dissolve the TRO as soon as possible. In entering the TRO, Talwani clearly violated federal rules by, among other things, entering the order on an ex parte basis, meaning she granted the TRO before the government had an opportunity to be heard. But there was no exigency that required Judge Talwani to issue the TRO at 5:15, as opposed to setting a hearing and allow the government opportunity to present its case in opposition. Federal rules also require a judge who enters the ex parte TRO to describe the movement's injury and state why it's irreparable, and then state why the order was issued without notice. Again, Talwani blatantly violated the mandatory rule by failing to explain the purported irreparable harm. Judge Talwani attempted to rectify her errors on Friday by dissolving the initial TRO and entering an amended TRO that provided the court's reasons for the emergency order. Rather than remedy the defective TRO, Talwani's reasoning confirms that she never should have entered the TRO in the first instance. To obtain either a TRO or preliminary injunction, the plaintiff must establish the likelihood that the movement will succeed on the merits, the possibility that without injunction the movement will suffer irreparable harm, and the balance of relative hardships between the parties in effect ruling the public interest. By issuing an amended TRO, Joey focused on the merits of only one of the abortion giant's legal claims, namely the plaintiff's argument that Section 71113 of the Big Beautiful Bill violates our First Amendment rights of association by excluding Planned Parenthood affiliates from Medicare funding, even though some affiliates do not provide abortions. This provision punishes affiliates based on solely their association to Planned Parenthood. The plaintiffs argued. Judge Talwani agreed, finding the plaintiffs were likely to cede their merits on their First Amendment claim. Judge Talwani's reasoning ignores, however, that the Planned Parenthood does not distinguish between federation and affiliates, commingling funds for purposes of financial reporting. As such, Congress could reasonably consider the entity as an undivided whole in making funding decisions. But even accepting Talwani's conclusion that Section 7113 unconstitutionally abridged the association's rights of organizations not performing abortions, that would only establish that subset of plaintiffs who did not perform abortions were likely to succeed on the merits of their First Amendment claims. Yet Talwani's TRO required the federal government to consider dispersing Medicaid funding to all Planned Parenthood organizations, including those performing abortions. Not only did Judge Talwani err in granting relief to all Planned Parenthood based on First Amendment right association claims, but her amended TRO failed as a whole because Planned Parenthood does not establish plaintiffs would suffer irreparable harm before the court could hold a hearing on her motion. Judge Talwani's reasoning was not to the contrary, rather, and one appointee found Section 713 would cause widespread disruption of patient care. And that disruption or delays receiving health care is irreparable harm. Those reported harms are not injuries to Planned Parenthood clinics who sued and thus cannot establish plaintiffs will suffer irreparable harm. The case Talwani cited to support analysis actually reveals the error in reasoning. Planned Parenthood of Kansas versus Anderson, which Judge Talwani cited for a proposition that disruption or delays received health care constitute irreparable harm to justify a preliminary injunction. The only issue before the appellate court was whether the patients had shown they would suffer irreparable harm absent a preliminary injunction. The court expressly did not consider whether Planned Parenthood clinics had met their burden of showing irreparable harm. The Mama Pony flubbed that point, which is precisely why the court should not enter ex parte TROs, absent extremely rare circumstances. Without an adversary to reveal the flaws of a party's argument, the court is apt to make a mistake. And here, there was absolutely no need for the court to rule before the hearing on the government on the merits of the case. That much should have been clear from the plaintiff's memorandum in support of the requested TRO. The Planned Parenthood explaining it had been forced to stop submitting claims for Medicaid reimbursements as of the date of enactment. In what world is it not being able to submit a claim for reimbursement for a day or two irreparable harm? Apparently, in a world we now live in which single federal court judges also hold legislative and executive authority. Okay. Now onto this. Immigrant raids are impacting every sector of our local economy, with more and more homes under construction. Workers are too afraid to come to work. Is the one thing communities need to rebuild from one history classic to another. So she's saying, like, why did all the NGOs who clearly promised them a better life and freedom all for taxpayer-funded salary trafficking humans for shame? Out of touch. Is it just me, or Democrats like Debbie Wasserman Schultz seem completely out of touch with the lives of most Americans? The vast majority of Americans brush their teeth in the same bathroom where their toilet is located. In fact, the standard design is almost as every U.S. prison and jail includes a sink and toilet combo that requires inmates to poop and brush their teeth in the same place. Yeah, these people are nuts. Oh my God, you're using they have to brush their teeth where they poop. Mm-hmm. ICE raids scare off LA workers rebuilding fire-torn areas. This is their article. Immigrant workers are central. So, immigrant workers are central to recovery efforts in neighborhoods burned in January wildfires. But recent raids have led them to stay home. If illegal migrants are working in construction, that's a problem. We need construction workers. Day laborers had decontaminated homes that survived the fire, sweating in masks and protective suits. They vacuumed toxic soot and ash. So basically what they're saying is they were sent into toxic areas and they were abused and treated badly because they didn't have to complain and stuff. They're not making the argument think they're making. They're saying that these people were taken advantage of. It wasn't contaminants or toxic fumes. Just blocks away, federal workers had detained 6 people. Day laborers went home instead of heading to their jobs. They're living in fear. Well, gonna have to go home. So Tim Pool says, "Oh no!" So it's okay. So it's literal treason. Mayor Bass provides cash payments to illegals in order to thwart immigration enforcement. Oh, it's a pathetic stunt. Yeah, and then treason. Whoever owing allegiance gives the money. Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. 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 Mayor Bass provides cash payments to illegals issuing orders to thwart immigration enforcement. White House says it was a pathetic stunt while immigration operations continue targeting criminal illegal migrants. Los Angeles Mayor Karamas signed an executive order on Friday to bolster protocols of supporting migrants. These cash cards that she's giving out are to fund the riots, the protesters. That's who's getting these cards, people to go out and riot and protest. There are cash assistance in response to the raids. This is all about. In order to intend to help the city's workforce and residents from federal government during immigration enforcement, demands that federal agencies provide records of the raids who detained, and these people are all nuts. Nuts. Yep. And then, breaking DHS reports the number of illegal aliens arrested in California cannabis farm on Thursday is now up to 361, including these people arrested for rape, attempted child molestation, assaulting resisting federal agents, 14 migrant juveniles found in the cannabis farm, including 9 unaccompanied minors. 2 questions you could ask yourself: why were there illegal alien sponsors of children? Who were the sponsors of unaccompanied children? HHS has the data. We should get it. Yep. See, this is what they want. This is what Gavin Newsom wants right there. Wants them working in the fields. Get them out there working in the fields. Peaceful protesters. Yep. We saw this before. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. This is a crazy story. I think this is the last story of the night. I didn't expect to see this today in the news. A teddy bear believed to be wrapped in sewn human skin was discovered at Victorville, California gas station. So here we go. It says, teddy bear wrapped in human skin discovered. What we know. it's about the Kentucky shooting. Law enforcement investigating a teddy bear found outside a California gas station encased in what looks like human skin. The item described as by a witness as grotesque and alarming was found at a bus stop near the entrance of the Arco AMPM station on Bear Valley Road in Victorville. A coroner investigator has taken possession of the object and investigation has continued. South Carolina-based artist Robert Kelly, who goes by the name Dark Sea Creations, sells toys wrapped in a skin-like interior on Etsy and has claimed responsibility for the bear, saying, "Yes, I made the bear in a news video." He added that it was not involved in leaving the bear at the bus stop. Newsweek told Kelly, we are a horror FX shop and fake human skin is what we're known for. The skin is made from latex life castings and we assemble and hand. So this is all fake. Each bear is unique and handcrafted. We made dozens and now no two are the same. Bear was being investigated by the coroner, but the artist has said this bears are made from latex and looks like human skin, fake skin, so it's a fake story. It's a prank. All right, so it's a prank. That's a shitty story to go out on the last, it says right here. South Carolina artist says he made the human skin teddy bear found outside his store. Hyper-realistic latex human skin teddy bear sparked police investigation. The bear turned out to be a piece of art made by Robert Kelly of Dark Sea Creations. Kelly confirmed to ship one of the bears to a customer in Victorville last week. The investigation is still underway. Whatever. All right. Well, that's what it is. All right, well, let's do this then. Let's go here. Check our bookmarks to see, was there anything else I missed? Oh, let's see this. Breaking. Rescues are underway in Queens, New York for torrential rainfalls. Continue to batter New York, New Jersey. America needs a break from all this flooding. Word of advice: do not drive on flooded roads. Oh, look, the roads are flooded. And look at this. Roads are flooded in New York and New Jersey. Well, I don't know how it's flooding per se. I mean, that's some water on the road, but okay, so we had some flooding in New Jersey and New York. Oh, what's this? While you were watching, what's this? Here we go. While you were watching Epstein, Trump just purged a dozen more DOJ swamp creatures. Jack Smith's people gone. J6 prosecutors axed. DOJ ethics chiefs fired. Almost 200 billions in cuts so far. What's this? Let's break it down. Okay, we'll end on this then. Everyone's distracted by Epstein headlines, but meanwhile, Trump's team, AG Bondi, FBI Cash, and Bongino is gutting the corrupt DOJ bureaucracy like never before. No breaks, no mercy. Get it, boys. Last week alone, the head of the DOJ ethics office fired. DC U.S. Attorney spokeswoman fired. 20-plus Jack Smith staffers terminated. Fired. Afuera. 3 high-profile J6 prosecutors out. Afuera. That brings the total just Jack Smith purged to 37. Jack Smith's got to get targeted too. One of them whined to CBS, another cried on LinkedIn. Those people spent years jailing Trump allies and weaponizing the DOJ, and now they're the victims. We're victims. Feel sorry for us. We're victims. Give us a break. Yeah, that's that guy's post. Whining. And it's not just the firings. Deep staters are jumping ship. 70% at the Civil Rights Division have quit rather than work for Harmeet Dillon. They can't stomach protecting girls' sports, banning child mutilation, defending religious liberty. So let them leave. Good. The DOJ staff now live in fear of the subject line. Notice of removal from federal service, and they should. Trump is delivering the deepest, most effective purge in DOJ history. No hearings, no warnings, just results. Supreme Court allows Trump to move forward with plans for mass firings, reorganization of the federal government. So while the headlines scream Epstein, remember, the swamp is being drained agency by agency, desk by desk, and Trump's DOJ wrecking ball may prove to be the single most important achievement of his presidency. Entering the golden age, ending the weaponization of the Justice Department. I think that's it. Oh, less than 24 hours after Portland police swept the illicit occupation encampment outside of the ICE facility, protesters set up a new encampment in this roughly the same exact spot. An infamous violent dwarf with criminal history confronted me while filming. That's some weird stuff. All right. Well, I'm going to say that it's been a wonderful evening. That was the last of our show. It's been over 4 hours. I hope everyone got their money's worth who donated and paid for a longer show. We doubled up. So, let's say if you have not already, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, participate in the chat. We always like to have some back and forth. Thank you, Mr. K. Thank you, Mr. K. Here, I will see you all tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Tonight, actually, 10 o'clock Eastern time. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Go through it again. And come on back. Please hit the like, subscribe, tell your friends. And don't forget to come back and let Jem tell you the news. Yeah. Woo!